Hey there, NPCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem, and today we'll be chatting with Crystal Mazur from Darker Days Radio and Third Eye Gaming. We have a fantastic giveaway of a PIP system core book with a runner-up prize of the entirety of the Darker Days radio community content for World of Darkness and COD PDF. Type hashtag RunPC in the chat for a free entry to win, and the drawing will be done at the end of today's episode of Emerald Glitch Safe Haven, coming up right after Rules of Cool. You can also get bonus entries by donating bits or subscribing. Every 100 bits gets you a bonus entry, and subscribing gets you 7 whole bonus entries to win. So hashtag RunPC in the chat right now. Now, in Alternis news, if you're looking for all-natural soaps, lotions, potions, and more exciting alchemical wonders, look no further than Pure Alchemy Soaps. Specializing in handcrafted RPG-themed soaps with unique fragrances that perfectly encompass who your character is in any campaign. Check out the link in the chat below to get your own. And Persephone is now available on BackerKit Pledge Manager for pre-order. The prolific science fiction author, I can't talk today, guys. The prolific science fiction author, Kevin J. Anderson, has teamed up with film producer Jeffrey Morris to bring you this story of space travel and human survival. Check it out now to get your free copy and check out the other awesome rewards. Now it's time to get right into our conversation for this week, so stay tuned, NPCs. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to my guest today, Crystal. How are you?
Hi, I'm really good. How are you?
I'm good. I know I say this pretty frequently now, guys, but I love having friends come on the show because it's just easy to talk and it feels less like pulling answers out and stuff like that. So really great to get to know you a little better and some of the stuff you've worked on because there's a lot of it. So I'm excited to talk to you.
Thank you. I'm so super excited to be sitting here and getting to like geek out with you because you are very quickly becoming one of my favorite people to see at cons. So
skis, I'm so excited. Well, to kick off, I always like to ask this question to each of my guests. So what is your history as a gamer?
Okay, so I actually started like officially gaming in high school. I had a couple of really close friends that I had been friends with since like my sophomore year, so their freshman-ish year or their sophomore year. And it was like our junior and senior year of high school. And they were like, hey, we're going to start a vampire game. And they handed me the Facebook and the spot guide and was like, you're going to make a character and you're going to play with us. And I had no clue what I was doing. And so I went and I made a character, and that we played that vampire game for like 3 or 4 years. And it was like into college that we were playing it. And this group of friends is actually still my friends. I still game with them frequently. They are some of my best friends. I have been friends with some of them for 21 plus years. So our friendship can actually go out legally drinking.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. So that's how you got started.
It is.
Where did it go from there?
So from there, I started doing LARP for a while.
Ooh.
And I started doing vampire LARPing. And then I took a pause for some other reasons. It was like I was dating someone who didn't understand gaming. It ended up not working out very well, and then I ended up getting back into gaming.
Hey.
And so it kind of built from there. Vampire the Masquerade was the biggest game that I had played for the longest amount of time. It's really what got me into gaming and what got me into like writing character stories and like all of this, learning how to take your character and just do some of the worst things by choice.
Awesome. I love that. I think D&D was my first game, and then I did a Vamps Masquerade, and of course I played Malkavian. So
My very first one was the Salubri, and then it was a Bruja, or no, Tremere for the longest time. So
I just wanted to be Drusilla. That's all.
I mean, who doesn't? I mean, she's really, really awesome in a lot of ways.
So was Vamps the first time you got into the horror fantasy genre, or how did that kind of happen?
Um, no. So when I was younger and up until like through middle school, I didn't like horror at all. I was very much I don't want anything to scare me. I don't like that stuff. And then I started volunteering at a haunted house. And I volunteered at this haunted house for like 17 years. And it got me over that fear of horror. And I absolutely love it. And so the biggest draw that got me into horror outside of the haunted house was actually the Scream movie, the very first Scream movie. And that kind of pulled me into the horror genre. And now I absolutely love it. It's like one of the things that I watch year round. It's not just a Halloween thing. So I love writing for it. I love finding like coming up with new and interesting ways to present horror.
I'm a late bloomer. I'm like just getting into horror, and I think like I grew up watching Buffy, but I never really considered that horror. It was more like,
It's
I
like
don't know,
teen
vampires or
horror.
something else to me.
Yeah, like it depends on how you present the vampire, but because it like I feel like vampire isn't horror in and of itself. It's what happens to them that's the horror.
Yeah. But I remember like yours was Scream. I remember like finally the PG-13, like I was allowed to watch, or was it 13 or was it 17? I don't even remember anymore. But I watched I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, nope. I was like,
Did
this
nope, you
isn't for
noped
me.
out?
Did not like it and hated horror for ages. But I think what started turning it around was 10 Candles.
Oh, that's because it's gentle horror in a way.
It's
If you think about it,
and
it's
it's an
kind of eases you into it.
experience. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's definitely an experience, and building on that tension with your friends and stuff like that. Ooh,
Yep.
awesome, cool. All right, so we know you've been part of the Darker Days radio podcast. So,
Yeah.
what is that journey like? How do you first start with them? What do you do?
So Darker Days Radio has been around for I want to say it's like 12 plus years. I think it's like closer to 15. Um, but I have been a part of it since I think 2018
Okay,
when I joined officially.
so 5 years now.
Yeah. And so we have people um essentially all across the globe. We have several people in the United States. We have currently one now in Mexico. We have a couple people in the UK. For a while we had some people in Germany. And we have an individual who is in Australia.
Ah,
Between us, we focus on horror. And for it started out as like a World of Darkness podcast, but we've kind of shifted into encompassing a lot more different types of horror. As we as a collective start to get more involved in the community. So most of us are writers and freelancers for RPGs.
cool.
Several of us have worked on um Vaesen and Warhammer, Wrath and Glory, some Cubicle 7 stuff, a whole bunch of World of Darkness stuff, official stuff, and community content that we put out. And I recently started doing my freelancer mentorship podcast through them, because when I talked about freelancing, it got a lot of interest from our community, just curious about it. And so I started doing like a, hey, this is what freelancing actually is. And we talk about things like getting into freelancing. What does pay and contracting look like? How do you negotiate stuff? What does networking actually entail? And all of that stuff. And so we've done deep dives into all of that stuff as singular episodes. So
Cool.
we have like an entire hour on pay and negotiations. So like it's a very, very deep dive into the actual freelancing community.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. So how did you first get involved with them?
So they put a call out. They were looking to add somebody into their regular hosts. They were looking to kind of expand their reach and kind of diversify their like the viewpoints that are coming into their discussions. And I had already been talking with a couple of them. I've been interviewed by them at PAX U, actually, the very first year that I did
Ooh.
PAX U. Mike from Darker Days interviewed me there. And that's how they came on my radar. And then I started talking to them on their Twitch channel and interacting with them and all of that stuff. And they put that call on. I was like, hey, I'm kind of interested. I'm already like talking with you guys. Why not? And
That's
so, yeah, and they sat down, we had a discussion, they talked about a couple of things, like they had like it is an informal interview. And they were like, hey, yeah, we want to invite you on. And I was like, okay, cool.
that's cool. Honestly, it's gaming industry, right? It's always informal. It's like I'm going to ask you some trick questions and see if we
Yep.
can hit it off here.
And what was really nice is that like I joined at the end of like 2019 and into 2020. And at the beginning, with everything that was shutting down, we as a group just kind of came together and was like, hey, we're going to kind of help each other through all of this. So we started organizing our own like groups for like just sitting in around and socializing, talking, gaming, and stuff like that. So it was really, really, really nice to have that community where I was brand new, but they still included me in everything.
That's so great. That's awesome. Okay, so Darker Days radio podcast. You can find Crystal there.
Yeah.
What is Geeky Panda?
So the Geeky Panda is my branding name. I came up with it in high school. And I didn't have a website or anything like that. I was shocked to find out that that was free as a domain when I was setting up my website. And I was like, yeah, I'll take it. And I've kind of branded it around like the educational aspect of gaming, but also like my educational like experience. So I have my education resume as well as like some work samples and stuff like that on there, but I also have all of my writing stuff. And then I have a couple of blog posts. I'm horrible at the blogging thing, but I'm trying to be better.
Same. I'm trying to implement like the video blog thing, like for Patreons and stuff like that, and like just making freaking 15 to 30 minutes a week is it's hard to stop yourself long enough to do it.
And I have a ghost hunting one that I have to put up, and it's been sitting in my done files, and I'm like, oh no, I'll get to it later. And I'm like, no, I have to get to it at some point like this week because
well, sometimes what helps me is if someone else is counting on me to be there and do it. So I'm going to hold you to that. I'm going to be like, for me, you got to get it posted.
Okay. All right. Check with me on Tuesday.
Okay, cool.
Tuesday.
Cool.
Because I have off on Monday, so then I can
writing it down. Crystal.
You know, I'm gonna write that down too.
Ghost hunting. Blog. Tuesday. We'll just stop the show real quick to make sure that this gets done. Awesome. Cool. So Geeky Panda is your website where all of your everything is.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah, I might expand later into some things. But right now that's just kind of my landing spot for everything.
Cool. Okay. So, what first drew you into writing campaigns?
Um, I love stories. I love like when I was LARPing and when I was gaming, I loved the stories that we told with each other. And I love building the framework that other people can tell those stories with their friends too. And I feel like my approach to it is, would I play this game? Would I play this story? Is this something that interests me? When I'm writing campaigns, I always try to put a little bit of myself or my own story into it. So, for instance, with Never Going Home, my grandfather was a World War II veteran, and he absolutely loved the poem In Flanders Fields. He would recite it every year for Veterans Day. He always carried poppies. It's one of my favorite flowers because of that. And I use that as inspiration for some of the writing that I did for Never Going Home. And I asked them for permission to be able to post that because I know the poem isn't necessarily about World War One, which is where Never Going Home is set, but it's still an inspiration. And I got permission to do it because I think it's in public domain.
Cool.
Um, but yeah, so like I try to draw from stuff like that, like things that I'm passionate about, and adding just a little bit of that into my campaigns because I feel like that gives a little bit more life into that framework of building those stories.
Cool. Awesome. Ah, all right. And I've gotten to play two of Crystal's games now, and agree. Story is there. Story is fun, even if I hate the NPCs.
Oh, that was hilarious. I love that you hated that NPC though. I actually loved that because usually everyone's like, yeah, sure. And you're like, nope, nope, I absolutely hate this NPC. I'm like, oh, good. Yes, there's conflict.
To be entirely fair, so my character was goth, and so I was going to hate anyone no matter what.
Yep.
Everyone was going to be lame. So let's talk a little bit about Third Eye.
Yeah.
So what is Third Eye? Let's start there.
So Third Eye Games is a publishing company that's owned by Eloy Santa, who is an amazing person. If you do not follow him on social media, you should. Not only is he a amazing game writer and developer, which Third Eye Games has not only Pip System, but it has Part-Time Gods, it has Apocalypse Prevention Inc. It also has what else? um Oh, I'm thinking I'm missing one. Uh no, I'm missing, I can't think of it. Oh, I played it too. Okay, anyway, um I'll keep going and I'll remember it halfway through my thing. So Pip System is actually a genreless game system, meaning that there is no story, there's no plot or anything like that within the game system. It is just the mechanics, and you can layer it with anything over it. I have taken things from movies. I have taken the Gargoyles animated series and I've made Pip System games with it. I have taken romance novels and made Pip System games out of it. And so it's a very versatile mechanic system that you can pick and adapt and adjust to things to fit the genre that you are doing.
That's so cool.
Yep, for the last 5 years now, every quarter we've put out a Pip System primer, which is a different genre where we introduce the genre, we introduce how you would work with the Pip system with it, and then we give you new mechanics to play with, such as magic systems or like combining archetypes and how would you do two different archetypes put together. And or like how would you do a long running game system type of thing. And we've done genres for high fantasy, we've done noir, we've done cryptids where you play cryptids doing cryptid things. You dinosaurs where you play the dinosaurs, aliens where you play the aliens. So we've tried to take these genres and like turn them on their heads just slightly, where you're actually doing the things that you're usually fighting against. So
Awesome.
And
That's so cool.
yeah,
Okay.
it's really a lot of fun. And the latest release that we had was the Kids Guide to Monster Hunting, where you play kids and you wrote this guide that gets passed down generations from parents to kids about how to monster hunt. Parents eventually forget that they're monster hunters because they have to parent, they have to be the adult. And so the kids pick up where their parents left off with these. And it's very, I wrote this before I ever saw things like Gravity Falls. But if you like Gravity Falls, that is literally the game.
That's so cool. That's awesome. I love that. I love that show. My best friend who we were talking about
Yeah.
before is Mabel.
Oh, nice. I love Gravity Falls. And as I was watching, I was like, this is my game. I wrote this already. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's so cool. So Third Eye Games, the
Yep.
PIP system, all that you've done with them, and you still work with them, right?
I do. So the PIP system is still going strong. It won an Emmy in 2018, which if you don't know what the Emmys is, it's at Gen Con. It is kind of like the Emmys, but for gaming. And there is a voting system. So if you've never voted for the Emmys before, please watch the social media for that, because once everything is nominated, there's a voting system where the fans get to vote for who wins what. And then there's a huge party on Friday night where they announce all of the winners and stuff like that.
Which con is it?
Gen Con.
I thought it was. I was thinking Origins maybe for some reason, but I was like, it's one of the big ones.
Origin has the Gamma Awards, I think is what it is.
Okay.
But yeah, so they have something similar, but it's a little different.
Yeah, Emmys is bigger.
But yeah, so PIP system is still going strong. We're planning a couple of new things coming up in the new year. And I'm currently in the process of getting those started with Aloy and working with him on those.
And you were telling me in the before the show, you were telling me a story about your second project. Why don't you share that with everyone? Because that was a cool story.
So how I first got into writing was that I had a friend of mine who had been trying to get me into writing for years, and finally was like, hey, I need you to write the Halloween kids story for this system. And it was an OGL system. And he's like, you have to have it done by this date. And I was like, okay, cool. So I wrote it and I sent it in. And the person who ended up doing the layout for it was Aloy, who then contacted me and was like, hey, I saw what you wrote for this project. I really like it. I had the game coming up. Would you like to be a writer on it? And I was like, absolutely, I want to be a writer on it. And it ended up being the PIP system.
Yay!
And so I wrote on the PIP system core book. That was my second book ever. And that's how I got to know Aloy. Aloy like mentored me through the whole process. Talked me through like, this is what it's like to work on a system. This is what it's like to be fully developed. When I give you developing notes, it's not a personal attack. It is a, hey, you got to mash with everybody else.
Yep.
So he kind of helped me figure that out and
get over the ego that, the crystal ego you've got there.
And like developer notes are always so hard to read. So like that was really helpful to hear.
Good.
And then, yeah, like we ended up winning an Ennie. And when we went up to go, well, we got a judge's Ennie. But when we went up to go accept it, I don't know if Aloy had actually thought that he talked about it to me beforehand or not, but he was like, I want to introduce you to the lead developer for the PIP system. And so I kind of was shotgun promoted in the middle of the acceptance speech to the lead developer. And it's not like I would have said no, like if he would have talked to me ahead of time, I would have absolutely said yes, because I love the PIP system and I love working with Aloy. But it was just really funny because I think he thought that he talked to me and he didn't.
That's so funny. I love that that surprise you must have had, and
the look on my face, like someone took a photo of it and I was like, what? I was like very confused. And everyone was like, did you not know? And I was like, no, I had no clue.
Another thing that happens in gaming, surprise.
Yep.
Cool. I love that story. That's really awesome. So I do want to talk to you about the Black Ballad. So you're not allowed to give that as an answer yet.
Okay.
But what are some of your favorite projects that you've worked on?
Oh, um,
Pick your favorite children.
oh man. Okay, can I have two?
You can have as many as you want because I know you've
Okay.
got like
I
you've got a long list of projects. So I'm sure there's
I
been
do.
a few there.
So I would have to say, I'm gonna break it down into like little snippets of what I've written. So like for Never Going Home, I've written on almost every single book that they have. I've written for every single uh Kickstarter that they've run. But
Cool.
my absolute favorite was writing the Armistice Day scenario for it, which if you don't know what Armistice Day is, it is Veterans Day. That is what's now considered to be Veterans Day. It's the day that the war officially ended.
Okay.
And I remember my grandfather talking about Armistice Day growing up and watching all of these war veterans having to go up and talk about the things that they did and the experiences and them having PTSD flashbacks on stage, but they didn't know what it
Oh,
was. And so like that was heart wrenching. Like that, and my grandfather did go through that as well with World War II and everything like that. And I had uncles in Vietnam who went through that as well. You know, like I have family that have gone through that. So writing that scenario, which there is a specific content warning because it has to deal with flashbacks and PTSD, but it is essentially a who is left standing at the end scenario. And they are the ones that carry the story forward.
wow.
And that it was hard to write, but it was one of my favorites because I poured so much into that scenario. And every single person that has read that has been like, oh my God, that was hard, but that was amazing to experience.
That's
So
so cool. That's deep.
yeah.
Um, I've noticed you like that with
I do
your
like
Black
deep
Ballad
stuff.
work.
Yep.
But before
Yep.
we get there, tell me more.
So another one would be working on Chicago by Night and Let the Streets Run Red. Um, one of the coolest things about that was that I get to bring in some of my own family history too with that, with my grandmother who used to go down to Chicago in the 40s and 50s and play poker with the mafia down there. Like that
What?
was a family secret I didn't know about until her deathbed. um and so I got to bring like I got to bring some of that in, and there's a character in there that does that with playing poker, but it's with vampires. And so like there's snippets of that stuff in Chicago or Chicago by Night and Let the Streets Run Red. And so that was kind of like some of the my favorite things for to write for that too, is sprinkling some of that stuff in there.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay, so any others before we I have a favorite that I'm going to contribute to, but I'll wait until you're done.
Okay. Oh god, there's so many. Like almost anything that I've run for Pip System has always been amazing. Um, I think one of the scenarios I wrote a scenario for Pip System for Kids Guide to Monster Hunting with slimes, and I've played it with kids. I played it with like 5 and 6 year olds, and then there was like a 10-year-old, and just how they solved the slime thing was hilarious because they're like, we're gonna get water and just we're just gonna throw water at it and just make it runny. It was so funny to watch them try to problem solve this, and they got so creative with it. It was great.
That's awesome. I love those types of stories that come up. That's so cool. Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
my favorite,
Yes,
heckin' good doggos.
yes.
Tell me about it.
Heckin' Good Doggos. Heckin' Good Doggos is where you play good dogs doing good dog things. It uses the +1 system, which is also the same system for Never Going Home. So if you played Heckin' Good Doggos, you know the system for Never Going Home.
Awesome.
But I wrote this scenario of the mystery of the hydrant, which is based off of a meme, uh, of you know, like the gif of there's like a hose running and then there's like the dog that just kind of flies by, tries to eat it really
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah.
It's that meme. That was literally my pitch for the scenario was I want to write this meme. Um and so you play Heckin' Good Doggos having to go and fight water
I love it.
in various different forms. So there's a pool, there's uh a public fountain, but it's the public fountain that has like the jumping water.
Ooh.
So you
that
have
must
to
be
play
so
that.
cute.
And then you also have to you have to follow the sound through a house, through the pipes.
Ooh.
So
My
yeah,
stuff falls down here.
everything okay?
Yeah. Just I gotta say, I am waiting all day for my boss to get back to me. And 2 minutes into Gen Con TV, he finally texts me. I'm like, dude.
Bad timing.
So now
It's
my phone
okay.
is doing a lot. I'm like, dude, I have 1 hour a day that I'm not available, and that's it. So yeah, Heckin' Good Doggos is amazing. I was so excited when I found out you had worked on that.
Yep.
And then yeah, I want to talk about the Black Ballad.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is one of the 2 games I got to play with Crystal at GameCon. And it's quite a project and quite an undertaking. So why don't you give us what is the Black Ballad?
So the Black Ballad is what happens when there is a total party kill, a TPK. Where do you go from there? You wake up. You are dead, but you're not dead. Your characters aren't actually dead. So that's the literal start point. And what's great about that start point is that you could pull from any game. So you can pull from any sort of universe, any sort of setting or anything like that. Throw all of these characters into the same game. You start off with the same character sheet type of, where level and everything like that. And now you're in this realm of being dead. And what does that mean for you? It is set to music, which is great.
So cool.
I absolutely love it. It has its own soundtrack too, which I think is going to be released soon, hopefully. But yeah, it's very symphonic and very operatic. There are moments of tragedy throughout the whole story. Dia Morte did the soundtrack for it. So if you're looking up who they are, go to Spotify, go to YouTube, go to SoundCloud. They're on all of those. And Dia Morte. And I for that specific one, I actually did mechanics development for it. There's a game where all of the souls at some point get a spot in line and they get a soul chip. And that has their soul, their placement in line. And I wrote a poker game where you bet your spot in line to play the game.
Ooh.
And what does that look like? And what happens when you lose your chip? Or what happens when all of a sudden now you get a really bad hand and you go back all the way to the beginning? Or there are people who, or souls that don't want to go to the front. So they want to go as far back as possible.
Wow.
So yeah.
That's what I really loved about as you took us there. So in this game, like Crystal said, you wake up, it's after you're dead, but you're kind of like before your final destination, whatever that may be. And some of the choices that you have in this space, in this place, to kind of decide where you want to go, who you are, where you're going to end up going, what truths are you ready for or maybe not ready for?
Yeah.
What choices do you make about the world you left behind and who you were in it? And so the depth of that, those moments you're like, oh, damn.
There's
Yeah.
some therapeutic moments in there that I will say the group that we played with were amazing at setting up. And I let everybody decide whether they wanted to confront those or not. I did not force that upon anybody. And it was wonderful to see just how everybody approached it so differently.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
Yeah. Well, that was another one where I was like, I think with her attitude, she's not ready to accept anything, any
Nope.
responsibility for who she is or who
And
she's become.
I loved that because everybody else in the group was like, I accept this. And you were like, no, why are we doing this? This
No.
is wrong.
It was like something like, go look at your reflection in a lake and see what you learn. I'm like, nope,
No, I'm not ready for that. I don't want that.
nope.
That's not for me.
um, Part of what was exciting about that too. So since Crystal did such a good job about saying, you know, this works with any system, this works with any story, she kind of let us decide what killed us. And so I had actually played that morning a game of Tales of the Valiant from Kobold Press, and we had a TPK. So I was like, I told the rest of the table what happened, and they're like, yeah, let's do that. But my character, I was playing it, I don't even remember what I was playing in the morning. But it was like something like a mage or a cleric or I don't even remember. But I was like, you know what? Because the character sheet I got from you was a warlock.
Yep.
And so I was like, man, in the second I'm dying, I'm going to sell my soul to something.
Yep.
So I was a brand new warlock from who I had been. So also getting to play with my power used to be this, and now I can do this because I've been tainted or whatever the case may be. So that was a really fun way to play that.
And I love the fact that you did that because it made me think on my toes because I had to go back to, oh, we don't really have patrons here. We have actual gods. No, I can still make this work.
Well, I left it up to you where I was like, I don't know who I prayed to and who listened.
Oh, I had a couple. It depended on how you were going to play it out. I had a couple in mind if it was like something that you're like, oh, I forgot who my patron is. I had a couple in mind, so I was gonna kind of let you dictate how you were going to proceed forward, and then go from there.
So I'm going to need a custom campaign, Crystal. That's just how it's going to be.
I love doing mechanics on the fly. I love like when my players are like, I want to do this. Okay, that's not in mechanics. I'll make it up. Sure, whatever.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. If the people at your table are having fun, which most of the time it's improv, so it's yes and.
Yep.
I just ran on Sunday at PAX. We announced a new RPG division for Catalyst, and we announced a game in our new system, Dice Core, that's called Wizard Riders, and it's basically Sons of Anarchy meets Magic.
Nice. Oh, that sounds so cool.
It was fun, but it's the first time I had gotten the rules. I learned it like in the 3 hours before the stream.
Yep.
And then the skin for this system on top of it. So there was a lot of things that wasn't covered on there. I'm like, okay, sure, yeah, explain how that happens. Good roll. Like,
I think like one of the things I love doing with Pip system is I will convert other game systems to Pip system when I'm bored. Like if I'm trying to stay awake for something, I'll be like, okay, I'm going to take this game system. I'm going to convert it into Pip system. So like if I'm running a game for Pip system and people are like, I want to try to do this, or we want to work together in this way. I'm like, are you okay with me playing around with mechanics? Yeah, sure. Cool, I'm going to do that. So here's how we're going to do this. And I will like literally play test something on the fly.
that's awesome.
So
That's so cool. We need to do it with Shadowrun. Let's talk.
ooh, I've never run or played Shadowrun, so I need to change that.
I'll try to
I
find
don't
someone
know
who might
anybody or
know.
anything like that. I don't know anybody at
Yeah,
all.
I'll try to think about someone I might be able to connect you with, and we might be able to get that going. That would be so fun.
That would be so much fun. Oh,
I'm just saying, your 21-year-long friends, watch out.
I'm hoping some of them are in the chat. I asked some of them to be there. Some of them are working tonight. That's okay.
Testing Ribbon is here.
I think I know who that is.
Came for the crystal, stayed because Gen Con.
I think it's Joe. I think it's my friend Joe.
That's awesome. Now, one more question about Black Ballad.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know that we talked about some really great writers that have contributed to that
Yes.
project. Who else has worked on that? And give them a shout out if you'd like.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so the lead the lead artistic director is what he's called himself. I call it developer. It's just a change of terms. It's essentially the same thing as Rick Hines. Rick Hines is the owner and main creator for Storyforge Studios. Storyteller Forge Studios, sorry. Storyteller Forge Studios. And he's also a good friend of mine. He is an amazing writer. He has a Seventh Age series, which that's how I actually met him, was through the Seventh Age series, because I'm a fan of his actual story writing. And then we became friends after that. uh, there is Pat Edwards, who is also an awesome writer. He is one of the lead writers. He also has an alien, what is it? Alien punk or something like that. Get story, like a sarcastic alien punk. I'm sorry, Pat, if you're watching and I'm butchering what it is. But he is absolutely a fantastic writer too. And he is a really, really nice guy. He has also been on a couple panels with me at Gen Con. And so you can find him usually floating around there. Who else? Ray Jenkins is also another writer. He's also an amazing person. I've been friends with him for a very long time as well. He was one of the main writers on there. So awesome. So many other people have written on there, Theo and Grady. And who else? So many people. If you go to Storyteller Forge Studios, they actually have a list of everybody who's written on it. Or if you go to the backer kit, which is where we did the funding for it, you can find a list of everybody that's written on it too. Please go check them out. Every single one of them is an amazing writer and amazing person. So, and a lot of them have their own games and game lines and stuff like that. So,
well, getting a little bit away from all of the wonderful books you've done, what do you do a lot at Gen Con, and since we're here at Gen Con TV, like, tell us, where can we find you this coming Gen Con, and what kind of stuff do you do?
So I generally don't run games at Gen Con. I run panels at Gen Con. I ran the Horror 101, 201, and 301 panels at Gen Con, which all of them sold out. So if you were one of the ones, I had an 80-person room and 120 people with tickets. So if you were one of the people that had to turn away, I am so sorry about that. That was not me. I do record all of my panels. And so you can find them on Darker Days Radio for all of that. All of the panels that I did at Gen Con are up there.
That's so great.
So I run that. I ran a how to convert game systems, which is I literally
he demanded to be up here. So.
I am totally fine with that. It's so cute. I taught like how in my brain I convert systems for fun. I taught that to people. That was a very niche, like small group type of thing for storytellers who want to convert games from one system to another. And then I also do a freelancer meetup, which is like an unofficial thing, but we usually just hang out in the Omni. I might actually, because there's so many people now, that I might actually have to get a room, so an official thing going on for that. But it's literally like 2 hours of come hang out when you want, leave when you need to, network, bring a business card, meet people. And most of the people from IGDN, which is the Indie Game Developer Network, they go there, and so many other people, so many other writers that you can meet and make friends with and hang out with and chill. And that's awesome. Really, really cool to see and like exchange stories and stuff like that.
Cool. That's so cool. So we're getting close here. So last question, other than the goodbye question.
Yeah.
What's coming up next for you as an artist, a writer, an influencer? What do we expect from 2024 Crystal?
I like to challenge myself in new ways. I live by the David Bowie quote of "I don't know where I'm going, but I can promise you it won't be boring." I am hoping to continue to work on some awesome game lines and have official announcements coming up. I am working on stuff I can't talk about because yay, NDAs
Yay!
our thing. But stuff is moving along. I'm hoping to be able to have a whole bunch of other announcements coming up. And I'm looking into possibly expanding into other forms of writing, and I'll just leave it at that because I don't know how that's going to pan out, but here's hoping. So
well, I am waiting with bated breath. I can't wait. We'll have to talk about what events you're going to so we can see where we're going to meet up.
Yes, absolutely. And run stuff together or panel together or all of that fun stuff. I love panels. I love panels. So
awesome. I've never done one.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so that's going to change.
I'm still a baby. I just got my first special guest invite to Chupacabra Con.
Oh, that's so cool. I love that. Tell me how it is as a special guest then for you.
I'll probably do a lot of
but no, I will absolutely get you on panels and stuff like that when we are in the same space. So
don't invite me to the horror ones unless you want someone to go, yeah, that sounds scary.
That sounds scary. No, so the horror ones were really, really popular. I'm going to try to also do a couple of other ones. I have a couple of different ideas that I'd like to do. So
cool.
We'll see about that.
Awesome. All right. So last of all here, where can we find you? You do so much. And I mean, hopefully everyone here is excited to meet you and see what you're doing and what you've worked on and recognize the names. And I mean, your name is everywhere. So where can we find and follow you?
So on all social media, you can find me at Body and Soul 152. The and is spelled out. You can get links for things at thegeekypanda.com. You can find me at Darker Days Radio Podcast. Or if you search my name in Drive Through RPG, like a whole bunch of my stuff will come up too.
Yay! Awesome. Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you.
Getting close to the top of the hour here, but as always, lovely talking to you. I'm a big fan.
I adore you, and I'm so happy that we got to sit and talk together and nerd out.
Thank you for your energy and all you do for the gaming community. But don't you go anywhere because we'll be right back with more. Hey everyone, don't forget that we have a wonderful giveaway of a PIP System core book with a runner-up prize of the entirety of the Darker Days radio community content for WOD and COD PDF. Thank you so much to Crystal Mazur for donating such an awesome prizes and for joining us tonight. Type #RemPC in the chat for your free entry to win. And don't forget to get bonus entries by donating bits or subscribing. All funds help us to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. Now, thank you all for joining. On to Emerald Glitch, Safe Haven. We'll see you there, RemPCs.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It looks it is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols uh in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
92 times.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
just like, all right, here.
Why does it so? Oh, now it's. Oh, we're live. Oh, it takes a second.
Yes,
Look at
we
that.
are. I had some live
Oh,
audio
man.
too. Also, 1 2 1 2 testing. 1 2 1 2.
Ah, well, yeah. It'll take a moment. All I can hear is this badass music right now playing.
Oh.
No, just me.
FOMO.
All right, here goes. Waiting for. Wait.
Send help. Max is hearing stuff.
What's
Yeah.
happening?
Max
A
is
lot of
talking to the
repeating.
voices.
No.
All right, we are clear. Our cold
Perfect,
is
thank
good.
you.
It just took, man, that took a long time. That was like waiting to see your dentist in the waiting room, and you're hearing the. Person screams, and you're just like, oh shit, I'm next.
You used R1 within the first 30 seconds. Congratulations, Max.
Well,
Is that
this
a new
kind of.
record?
Speed run.
What's that?
Is that a new record for cursing?
Yes, actually.
Oh, wow. Congratulations,
Okay.
everybody.
We did it.
Yeah!
In celebration, I'm going to throw up the parental advisory real quick.
There is a window here where everybody is chatting to us. Nope, there's people listening to us. Let me just close this. Stop doing. Yeah, okay, chat rules. I don't care. Hello. That's all I wanted to say. Like 3 freaking pop-ups. Whew.
Apparently, the audio is desunk.
Yeah, there was like this delay for just a. They might be hearing the part where it's like all sorts of jumbled up. Ooh, and if you have your timestamps turned on, that's going to mess up. So you definitely want to check your.
No timestamps.
No timestamps?
Mm-mm.
Okay, then I don't know.
I'll run some decking in the back, but Max, feel free to talk about our cyberpunk world.
Right, that's me. Hey there, Gen Con TV watchers. Welcome to another amazing episode of Shadowrun Emerald Glitch. I'm your host, Max, from Original Box Set, and we have an exciting show for you tonight. It's December 7th, and... Hey, Amber, what do we have to give away tonight?
Ooh, so tonight, every stream we like to do a giveaway, but tonight we're spicing it up and giving out 2 prizes. Drop a hashtag REMPC in the chat for 1 entry to win a PIP System Core Book. We also have a runner-up prize of the entirety of the Darker Days radio community content for World of Darkness and Chronicles of Darkness. The winners will be announced at the end of the episode, and you'll be reached out to via Twitch Whispers. Now, you can get 7 additional entries if you subscribe to Gen Con TV today. And don't forget, for every 100 bits you donate, you get another entry. Not only that, you can help us players when you donate. For 100 bits, you can give one of us a nerf to use. That's an additional 3 dice that we can add to a roll. For 300 bits, you can give a player 1 edge, and 500 bits gives a player 4 edge. And if you like to bat for the game runner, you can even choose to give those nerfs and edges to Max. So yeah, that's what we've got going on tonight.
I just thought about something. Can I give myself my own nerps and edges?
Max,
That's
please don't
cool.
nerp yourself on stream.
I was banned from doing that back in the day.
Chris broke the rules.
Man, every time I go to try something new and I'm like, I'm a genius, I figured something out, they say, no, Chris did that first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I never knew I was in the presence of greatness. And I'm just following in your shadow.
No, you cast a long shadow yourself, my friend.
Oh, my goodness. All right. We're back together again. With high-tech toys and skills like Ninja Steel, Tiger, and Nova, we're in. Tier to 9 Peace Forces on their tails in... No, I'm not doing that again. Alright, so staying 2 steps ahead of the Peace Force, they made contact with the rest of the team. So if you were here last time, you understand what that whole conversation was about, the catching up and breaking into Tirnanog, driving over a wall. It was uber awesome. Like, the Drek didn't even hit the fan because they took out the power, and they were like, ninja! Right?
Yeah.
You did see that, right? No? Then you should probably go watch it. I'm just saying. So, they caught up with the rest of the team, who had got roped in with the Tirnanog Liberation Front because they had unregistered cyber terminal that allowed our cult to get out a message to the rest of the team so the cyborgs could actually come to their aid. Otherwise, they might have had to change their name from the game's name from Emerald Glitch to whatever color elves use the most, which I think is purple, but I'm not really sure. Now, some elf chummer is asking for the group's help. His name is Elwin, and he's got an elf dudette, cyber soy girl. So this soy boy and this soy girl, actually I think those are real terms. I shouldn't use those. Anyways, this dude Elwin popped out of the broken wall and said, hey, help me. And her, get out of Tirnanog, please. And that's where we ended last session, and that's where we pick up this session at. The wall had been destroyed. The players had decided to start getting into vehicles to leave, even though Elwin was like, hey, I need your help. And then was like, oh, yeah, hang on. And I think that's where we left off, but I'll let my players clarify. I will pick Chris to start talking.
Okay. So, what's the next steps, guys?
I don't know. I checked your tummy. It seems like a real tummy. She's
seems
not
like
carrying drugs in it.
Okay.
I don't think.
Yeah, my medical drone said, told me so. It was fine, but I mean,
Is there really still a question? We're bringing them with us, right? There's room. Well, does Mama Bear have room?
Well, if Nova and Steel Tiger go back out on their motorcycle, then yeah.
Consider it good.
Hey, Ellen,
Yes.
do you follow the Fae rules?
Oh, yes. I'm very aware.
All right, since we're doing this deal on Fae land, here's the deal. You owe us a boon, and we can collect on it at any time.
Pauses for a moment, closes his eyes, clenches a fist, looks to the woman, and she just goes, like, whoa, that's heavy. Like, you can see the look in her face as defining that what you just... And he goes, okay, deal. And he holds his hand out.
I shake it, and then I say, let him in the car, we gotta go.
Excellent. At that point in time, everybody starts kind of climbing into the car. I do want to say that Techno Siren, when their hands touched, there was a popping noise through the astral, like an actual like ting that happened. All right, everybody starts climbing in, and your ears slightly ring for a moment or two, and you notice that the little boy with the tall hat, he as well seemed to pay attention, and a few of the sprites stopped and paid attention to this whole moment. Something magical happened when she said those words, and their hands touched. It's very knowledgeable that Tirnanog is filled with magic. Climbing into Mama Bear, Elwin says, taking the direct route out of Tirnanog will be incredibly dangerous. Do you think you can get out on I-5?
Convoy?
I will. I thought he said he had a way out of here.
Oh, I apologize. And we've already covered that part. He goes, then yeah, he does have a way out. I didn't say any of that stuff. He goes, we need to get heading over to... Oh, man. This is the notes I was looking for, but I don't have them now. 1 second. Convoy will put on some nice soothing music. Whatever the studies say help babies in the womb. Oh, right. It's this classic that has hit bazillions of likes and follows called Baby Shark.
Blow him another kiss from me, Amber.
It's good for them in the womb.
Oh, no. Mozart. 84. He says, we need to get on Highway 84 heading west. When we get to a small town called Rockford, we need to turn north along a derelict rail line. It takes us away from any major form of transportation, traffic, sensors, all sorts of stuff. I know the place very well. All right, I will let them send Nova and Steel Tiger, let them know on our pan where we're headed. All right.
I'm immediately going to do a cursory like Google search on this building, like on Google Maps.
On what building? The Highway 84 or Rockford or abandoned train line?
Yeah, the abandoned train line. That's where we're headed, correct?
Yes, he said you're going to take it north toward... What was that mountain? North toward Mount Adams.
Yo, that's not the mountain where the dragon lives, is it?
Elwyn was saying, you come up, is Elwyn part of the pan? Then he wouldn't have heard that.
Yeah, no.
You guys are on the motorcycle.
I'm gonna say no on that one.
Mama Bear is part of the pan, I guess, right? Yeah. So he would respond by going, Dragon, like, has to be? No, has to be's been dead for some time, and that's in the wrong direction. Has to be's territory was down south of Eugene.
I've never been down here, so I don't know where anything is. Cool, thanks for letting me know.
Oh. I want you to understand that I'm not trying to take us through some sort of dangerous territory, but Tir Nanog is got some very large swaths of land that are not occupied by the word I'm going to use is civilized people, but Fae. So once we get out there, we have to be careful for non Fae. We just got to worry about the Fae. The woman in the back has still said nothing, nor has she been introduced to any of you guys. But heading down Highway 84 is, rather pleasant. It's a nice twisting, turning highway running parallel to a river. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the area personally.
No.
No? Okay. And, you go from on a highway with sparse trees and beautiful rocky outcrops here and there, twisting and turning, and every once in a while you'll drive through like a quaint little town with maybe 2 to 3 stoplights. It's very peaceful and backwater feeling, as you guys have definitely left Portland far behind. While you're making this journey in this direction, is anybody doing or want to say or have conversations or just remain like...
No, I definitely want to chat with the pregnant woman. I want to, what's your name?
Seraphina, the elf says.
Oh, Seraphina. And how far along are you?
1 year and 12 days.
My goodness. You're almost there. Are you so excited?
Yes, and a bit scared, but I am excited. Elwyn will reach back and hold her hand. I'm assuming, is he sitting up front with you guys or in the back with her? Are they both in the... What's going on with that? Look into Convoy.
They would be in the back seat.
Okay, so he'll just reach over and hold her hand then, and she'll say, I believe it's going to be a boy. We had the ultrasound definitely made out a boy, but he moved a bunch, and she'll smile at that, you know.
Nice. Can I have this impulse to try to like astrally perceive her baby. Is that weird? Can I astrally perceive your baby? Is that weird?
And she laughs. She goes, no, not at all.
Cool. I've never done this before.
So, you peek, or are you actually projecting?
No, I just want to peek. I just want to like see. I don't know.
The background along this highway is very low. You know, maybe the ones and twos in some areas, especially when you're near like a larger city and stuff like that. The infant inside of her is, as a youthful or a young, still developing, they emanate a lot of magic, and you can. It is. You ever seen those images of like an embryo and how they start taking shape and form? And so the baby has that large, bulbous head and small body that seems to taper down to a point. And then as the astral energies follow the body along, there's that tapering umbilical cord that gives like a feathery effect that leads back into the mother and whatnot. And you can see she peaks as well as she kind of like uses her astral essence to kind of embrace the energies that make the child up. And there is a deeper connection between her and the child, because there's like, this is a form of communication where you can hear, more feel, I should say, the child giggle or laugh as the mother plays with the child in the astral. And she smiles at you going, he's very active.
And I just like smile back and I say, that's totally cool. And I just have like a little tear that goes down my cheek. And I say, can I put my hand on your belly?
Of course. She.
And I do.
Yeah.
And then I just say, you're safe now, to the baby in the belly.
Oh, that's so freaking sweet. Get an edge, man. I'm sopping over here.
Y'all are about to have me crying.
Good. Button. There we go. So, yeah, no, you guys are definitely having a touching moment and talking. Elwyn will say, is your comm open? I want to speak to the woman. The one in the motorcycle.
Heck?
Oh, good. The boon. I promise I'll hold to that. But are you sure that's an accepting payment for getting us out? I want to make sure that you don't come back and on the boon requesting something outlandish. I want to make sure that when we part ways, well, when we arrive, that you contact me for purely just the boon.
I mean,
the boon is your payment for getting you out. If I contact you for anything else, that's another thing.
He pauses for a moment. Oh, right. That's how you people do work, isn't it? I'm not sure I'd be able to help beyond that in any way beyond. I know of who you people are, but I don't know of. That was never something I understood fully. So please forgive me for asking strange questions. Go ahead, Chris.
He's gonna say under his breath, like, it seems like he hadn't done his legwork either.
That pops up in text for everybody, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Our Cole, what are you doing during this part of the trip?
If they have any sort of presence online whatsoever, he's just doing his due diligence. What was her name? Sorry, I have another.
Seraphina.
Yeah, I am looking up Seraphina on any public forum. Kind of doubtful that I'd come up with anything fruitful, but just searching in just to know who I'm in a car with.
So let's talk about the things you have. You know she's an elf.
Mhm.
You know that she's pregnant. You can look at her face and get a picture of her face, which is always beneficial for looking for people. You can listen to her and record a section of her voice talking, because you just heard her talk. And that's like 5 pieces of key data right there. Bam. So that's more than enough to do a search for. Same goes for Elwyn. Go ahead and roll.
Gotcha. Dice roll is going to look a little bit funky just for a moment. All good now.
Do it. Page 31.
Ooh, 2 out of 14. This is a new scene, though. But
that is correct. I said at the end of the last game session, Edge will refresh. So you do have that going for you if you want to drop some extra dice. Let me find the information listing thing to kind of help us here real quick. I know it's some. Here it is. 2 successes. A few nuggets of information gleaned from casual study. So,
but given the information that I already knew from her,
such as location, face, voice, stuff like that, she does not have any. Tirnanon, social media is not popular, so you do not find any kind of like normal social media platforms romping about to kind of tear into. So that's one thing that you're like, oh, there's nothing there. Running against like local databases, got nothing. You know, right off the bat, looking at databases relating to like schools or credit cards and whatnot. But then you come to the thought, you know what I should do? Look to see if her face is in the Peace Force wanted list, to see if there's some sort of bounty out on her head. Bam! Flags. Seraphina is wanted for she is considered endangered because she has been kidnapped and being held against her will. There is a 5,000 new yen reward for her safe return. 250 new yen for information on her whereabouts. Guess what's also linked to the image of Seraphina? Image and information on Elwyn.
No.
Disgraced paladin of the prince's court. Currently, there is a 5,000 new yen reward for any knowledge on him, and 15,000 new yen for his capture. Oh! He apparently is wanted for kidnapping and attacking government officials, peace force members, and a couple other things. But the key point, take away from those 2 wonderful little successes, ex-paladin. Any idea what that means?
In the context of Shadowrun, not as much.
But it's actually more specific to Tirtanjir. And since you don't know anything about Tirtanjir, that would be another dice roll or talk to your buddies.
Well, Arcole is absolutely sharing this with the pan. He's sending it out. This is what I came back with.
Wanted posters, information.
Mm-hmm. And all of the reward information and all of this. Like, what are you guys trying to
like
do
$20,000 worth of rewards in the vehicle right now.
Steel Tiger's gonna say back to Nova, it's like, we didn't we just say we can't leave them alone? One of us should probably be with them at all times.
With the group?
Yeah.
Nah, that'd be okay.
Apparently this dude's an ex-paladin. I'm not sure what a paladin is, but it sounds pretty dangerous.
I think it's like a guard
Actually,
for the prince, isn't that?
That is correct. Think of the Red Samurai, but specifically for the Prince's Council. This guy used to do the same thing you did.
Oh, yeah.
So you would know about him. And if you had any activities or actions inside Tarnjir or Tir Nanog, you would have ran across paladins.
Oh, okay, yeah. So then I would double down. It'd be like, yeah, we definitely, if he was an ex-paladin, if anything they're saying is true, he's pretty dangerous. But we'll be all right. He's gonna say, like, cringing.
Good thing he's on our side then.
Yeah.
All right. So, I need both Convoy and Arcole to make a matrix perception. Or actually, do you have both of you have baby monitor up and running? Cool.
Yes.
All right. Your baby monitor, Arcole, ticks up a few ticks. Tick, tick, tick. Representing the level of activity and traffic in the matrix area where you're at, where you've been, jumped up a little bit. Just a little bit. Not enough to make any difference. But a uptick in the conversations that go on more secure lines relating to police activities, which is what Convoy monitors, makes several ticks up. And by the time they cross a certain kind of like threshold, way up the road, Arcole, in the next upcoming town, icons, and this is time together, so I'm assuming, this is Max making an assumption, Convoy's interface, his AR that he sees, is not invisible to Arcole. Exactly. So you're sitting there driving, doing your thing. You guys are both in the Matrix chilling. Maybe got some music kicking or something. And then all of a sudden your little thing goes bloop and changes color, letting you know, hey, things have changed a little bit. At the same time, almost about 4 kilometers up the road, Arcole, you see 6 icons turn on. 3 of them are drones, 2 of them are speed cameras, and 1 of them is a 3 of them are aerial drones, 2 of them are speed cameras, and 1 of them is a police car. It's a drone-like police car. Small, compact, it's supposed to chase up behind cars, flash its light, and then the person goes, oh, I should probably pull over, I must have done something wrong. But it tops out at about 80 kilometers an hour at most.
Arcole, after doing his research on our 2 new passengers, and coming to the determination that they're just also criminals, or well, we got a criminal in the car. He tells them that I'm gonna go ahead and add you to the pan, and we're running silent. Convoy, do whatever you need to do, whether that means evasive maneuvers or we can be quiet. I'd like to add them to the pan.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Done. As soon as you add him to the pan, I'm assuming he's got little to no cyberware. You mentioned to him, hey, I'm going to add you to our pan. He goes, okay, not a problem. He pulls out his comm. He doesn't, and I'm going to assume you would do like a search for silent running cyberware, other icons and stuff like that. He has none. They're all just off at this point in time. But he'll turn on his comm, bring that up. and it's linked to his side where it's got a decent firewall on it, but not something you couldn't break into. This looks like some sort of cheap knockoff that he bought somewhere and kind of prepped it with some sort of firewall dongle and a protective program running on the inside of it, some sort of personal ice for protection. It's not very dangerous. It's just an agent. So as soon as it adds the dongle becoming part of the firewall, ask for permission to add to the firewall, which will increase the firewall rating, the highest firewall rating by 1. She doesn't have a comm on her, so boop, he's in. And you go silent. So with that, you don't make any dice rolls now until people start looking for you. And guess what? People are starting to look for you. You're going to make a cracking plus intuition versus my dice roll. I got 4 successes.
Sorry, I'm muted.
Does
Go that ahead. Fall underneath the expertise of hacking or cyber combat?
No, this is
just pure.
This is cyber combat because you're resisting somebody's attempts to detect you. Then he's going to spend. Can he do it? Yeah, we'll say he's able to spend 4 edge and reroll all failures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So now I roll 8 dice. Because this is not a program, this is a person. For another 4 successes, total of 8. All right.
Then, in that case, to remain hidden, I'd like to do the same. Or, well, because that would give me... Can I counter or no?
Yeah, you can then spend 4 edge and reroll all your failures, or maybe... yeah, you'd have to because you've got no 4s.
Can we say... Gross is kind of just twiddling his thumbs right now, too.
He'd give you 2 extra dice right off the top.
All right, then I'll give that a shot.
And all you need is 1 more to keep yourself hidden. Oh! No.
All right. Then I'll go ahead.
But now you've got a 4, you can spend 2 edge and bump that 4 to a 5.
Then that's exactly what I'd like to do.
Woo, mini game. Bam. So, our Convoy, you're very aware that Arkol, he does some stuff, brings the dude, this Elwyn guy, into the pan, and then all of a sudden, like, there's a lot of traffic going on, and he is, like, doing stuff with icons, opening programs, writing something. Suddenly his PMAX is over there at the same time opening several windows, pulling out chunks of data and then moving them over to something large and creating some sort of like thing going on, some sort of noise that definitely increases the noise level here locally as you guys are driving. Because something came into this area, some sort of glittery gold looking persona, zipped by and slowed down for just a couple of nanoseconds.
I will use this opportunity to try to hide us physically. As Unwell, I will use my electrochromatic paint to give us some camouflage.
Mm-hmm.
And I did add extra passive stealth to Mama Bear.
Mm-hmm.
So threshold for the observer to detect it is increased by 1.
All right. Well, you haven't got to the actual cameras that are up the road or the drones. And so once we do that, then we'll worry about those guys. What about Randy? Do you want to tap him for any assistance?
I assume that I'm using Randy to help guide a path. Right? Like we have a general idea of where we're going, but there's a good chance that we might need an alternative route to get there.
All right. Well, if you want to do that, then Randy can definitely add in an extra 2 dice to your stealth roll, and if he shows some success in that dice roll, then he'll suggest a change of course of plan, like, hey, let's cross the river, or let's turn toward the mountain, let's turn south into these back roads and get around this tiny little town called Dale's Port. All right, so back over to the roll 20. The drones come down the highway. You guys are driving amongst trees and rocks, and the electro camouflage flickers back and forth between the brilliant greens and browns to the dark grays of the rocks and whatnot, creating geometric patterns every once in a while, depending upon which side of the vehicle you're on. I'm going to start off by rolling 3d6, and if I score greater than a 10 or greater, we're going to say that, then you guys come across another vehicle who's just some sort of civilian. A bystander. I love bystanders. 14. So you're hauling butt down 84, and you start coming up on the back end of I'm going to roll again. High, it's going to be toward a larger vehicle. Low, it's going to be toward a smaller vehicle. 13, we're going to say another pickup truck. Something the size of a modest Tacoma of some type. Going down the road. And we'll say it's a utility truck too, so it's got like all the bits and pieces, and just like you have tow bar, tow crane, and stuff like that. This is also like some sort of repair vehicle. It's white. It's got, call this number if you need assistance and stuff like that. And you're coming up on it in your camo gear. Meanwhile, those icons of drones are zipping straight towards you guys. So now we are going to do a perception test for these drones. They get a bonus dice to the programming. They have a piloting of 3, and they have, so we double that, 6, 7 dice to roll to perceive you. Now they're running off of a agent, so the agent's just going to buy 2 successes.
Okay. Randy's giving me a couple extra dice, you said?
2.
All right. That's 4. Sorry,
Excellent.
did you give me a target number?
Yeah, they got 2. They bought 2 successes to perceive as they flew over. Zip, zip, zip. I'm not rolling for each one. That's kind of, if I did it, what would it look like? I doubt that would be any better. No, see, they're not rolling. They're just buying. So each drone gets 2 successes. They're not. Anyways, so they scour the road and they see the utility vehicle only in front of you and zip past. You're getting closer to Dalesville, or Daleswood. What was it? Dalesport. Do you want to do anything else? Keep steady and ready?
I'll ask Techno Siren if she'll make sure she keeps a lookout for anyone looking for us on the astral as well.
I got you. And I do that. Do you want me to roll?
Yes, you need to do a astral roll.
Yeah. I get 2 for my sword, right?
You do.
Yee.
No, the sword only adds to spell casting, not astral.
Oh, lame. Not lame. It's not lame. It's a very cool sword. That's fine. I just wanted a modifier. That's fine. All right, cool. Here we go. Hey. 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 I did click it. Even the pop-up.
Times. It takes a moment.
The suspense.
All right. May hit the refresh button on the browser.
That's a good idea. Oh, no, I'm okay. Everything's fine. I'm alive. And, oh goodness. Did it go? No, I'm going to have to do it again.
Just do it again.
That's all right.
That was probably a failing roll anyways.
Probably, honestly. So thanks for that, Internet. Appreciate you looking out. Okay. I'm doing that. Okay, and then submit.
Here we go. All right. There is a elemental spirit in the area of Dalesport. It seems to be kind of like circling. It doesn't seem very strong. It's a low force rating. And it does not seem to be in like a natural spirit or anything. This is definitely some sort of elemental that has been summoned. Now, when a spellcaster summons, they know they're connected to the being that they summon. They can send them a great distance. But elementals cannot be greater than like 100 meters times your magic rating. You can't send an elemental to the other side of the world. So that means there has to be a mage inside the city of Dalesport that summoned this little fire elemental that's zipping all over the place. Above and beyond that, nada.
Would I be able to sense like the thread between the fire elemental and the mage?
No.
Okay.
That thread is invisible. Just like the thread between you and your body when you go into the astral space, it cannot be affected by others.
Word. Okay. Good looking out. There's a fun little fire sprite zipping around town at the beck and call of probably some magical dude in there or some other. We'll find out if we need to find out, but other than that, it's looking clear so far.
All right.
All right.
Not bad.
Steel Tiger is your electro camo doohickey mobber running on your bike as well?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm going to need you to roll against those 2 hits for a stealth versus those drones.
Alrighty. You said I need to roll stealth?
Yes. Excellent. You're fine. So, there are ways around Dalesport. You can cross the river and swap over to 14, or you can head south and go around and get back onto this highway near Petersburg, both of which are available to you. The shorter of the two is actually just crossing the river, and Randy will point that out as being an easy option. While going south and taking the longer route around definitely puts you farther away from Dalesport. So, do you want to take the safe greater distance or the let's keep moving as quickly as possible maneuver?
Let's go. I think we're going to take the longer route.
Your next stealth roll will be increased by 1. All right. Getting past Dalesport, getting back onto the highway past this Petersburg, and continuing on your course. Excuse me. Your course that Elwyn has been laying out. You're coming very close to Rockford. Like, we're now... Let me see the map. Not close enough. There we go. I'm on the wrong one. There we go. You're coming very close to Rockford. And so you kind of like, there's like the twists and the turns and the beautiful landscapes. You cross, you head south, you come back, get back onto the main road, and then it's very peaceful. Those drones left behind, can't see them. That spirit, gone, no longer a problem. Everything smooth sailing. Rockford is a wide, spread out, rural area with a very strong downtown small business commerce area. And so almost 3 kilometers or greater outside the city, the icons just start going pop, 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 as there's this definite growth in the matrix of all of the icons and running instruments that can be found. There's also like a couple of small airports or airfields and stuff for tiny planes. And so you guys are coming to a bit of town. He says once you get into Rockford, we want to get past Rockford and cross over into a smaller part called not White Salmon. Yeah, White Salmon, then you're heading to a section called Underwood. And then from there, it's just taking a highway north and into a park. And then from there, navigating through some backwoods. Won't be a problem. But see, the problem is going to be is as you guys drive into this city, electro camouflage. When people
Well,
start
yeah, I was just gonna do a quick matrix search of any local tow truck companies. See if I
Sure.
can find an image of
Brilliant.
one of their trucks and
Yeah, that's excellent work. Go ahead and make your matrix perception search. I'm going to require at least a 2 because that makes sense, and
where
give yourself an extra edge because that's good thinking.
is there a matrix perception on the matrix tab or
Yes, there is. If you see Matrix Search, it's like right after that. It's like fourth
And
row
if you
down, I
don't
think.
have it, it's going to be electronics plus logic.
all right, let's just do it.
Oh, not on the Matrix tab, on the Roles tab at the very end.
Ah, okay. Oof.
You find a tow truck information for a tow truck company back in Portland.
Okay. Well, I will. You know what? I will use.
Did you want Randy's help?
Yeah, I'll take Randy's help. Yeah,
I dropped 2 more.
that makes. Randy would definitely. He'd pick the one that has questionable aesthetics. I'm guessing.
Excellent.
There we go.
Just use that truck we were buying for about 45 minutes or so. We got all sides of it. Just program that in real quick.
I will do just that.
And now Mama Bear looks like a old beat up utility truck. All right.
Mama made her.
Mama made it. What about the motorcycle? There are no tow motorcycles out there.
No, and then just reskinning it is not really a thing. It's very heavily armored and armed. It does not look like a normal motorcycle at all. So he's just gonna take his chances with being stealth, I guess. Or are you
Alright.
shaking your head? And I'm like, wait a second. Or you're making me second guess myself there, Max. Are you telling me not to do that?
I'm moving my head in a circle now.
Yeah,
I don't know what
Chris,
to tell you.
just drive faster than the bullets. That's a great solution.
All right. Driving into Rockford. I don't need a stealth roll from you. The disguise to look like a utility truck is brilliant. No questions asked. But I only need 1 success to notice a stealth motorcycle trying to blend in to city terrain by normal passerbys. Hey, look at that. That's so cool. Camera phone, camera phone, camera phone. So I make a matrix perception on people downloading that stuff to their social media feeds. You know, that stuff that people are like, oh, hey, let's put this on TikTok. There's a spider watching everything right now.
Dun, dun, dun.
Please tell me that TikTok is dead by now.
No, it's thrived. In fact, it's grown bigger. It's TikTok tick.
Okay. So I have 5 edge.
All right.
I'm trying to see, is there edge action that I can do to take away successes?
Let's turn to our resident edge expert, Amber. Nova.
Please repeat the question. I was reading some information.
I think there is.
Isn't there an edge action where I can get rid of successful dice rolls?
Yeah, you can spend, I believe, 4 edge to make Max reroll his successes.
Boom. Done.
Edge action.
For
Reroll
edge.
all failed dice. Add edge to your dice pool. Heal a point of physical. Negate one edge from a foe. You can spend one edge, pick any die, and re-roll it. It can be yours or your opponent. So you can pick one of my dice and make me re-roll it
Oh, okay.
for one edge.
I will. Okay. Well, then I will do that on your 6 there. Reroll
Just
that.
one of my 6s.
Yes.
All right. So I'm now at 2 hits.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll do it to all 3. I'll spend 3 edge. Look at that.
Yeah, I couldn't remember how many it was, but it was like you could spend an absurd amount of edge to like.
So I'm now at 1 success. I'm going to accept that. So as you're pushing the buttons and whatnot, as you're driving through town, you see this going on. You see a few people whip out their phones and start filming. The oddity of seeing you. Hey, y'all, look at that right there. Did you ever see a motorcycle that looks like that? So you get the major to immediately kind of address her attention to the phone and start slapping some stuff down. Pat, 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 as best she possibly can. Success. You're driving into Rockford, not having any more problems at this point in time, heading toward that turn on some main street. It's laid out before you by Randy. And Techno Siren, while being perceptive in the Matrix, no, not perceptive in the Matrix, being perceptive in the astral space, a glowing form of another spellcaster appears over Rockford, high distance away. So, why? Because that way they can be looking down and see all the little glowing dots of all the different spellcasters or magically awakened individuals in the area. But it is a mage that appears, a shaman or a mage. You're not sure which, but you can see their aura high up in the air. Probably, you say probably 500 something meters-esque. Distance doesn't mean much in the astral.
Yeah, which means they can probably and have already seen us.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, another player has entered the fray, is what I say out loud. We got eyes in the sky above us. How often do spellcasters fly?
In the astral, you can fly anywhere you want to.
That's right.
And
in the astral, that's right.
In the real world, only when they fall out of planes.
Yeah, I was like, well, how is... I literally was picturing a person flying above us. Okay, no, that makes more sense. Yeah. And I say, well, somebody's definitely spotted us. Can I, it's too late to try to block them from seeing us at this point.
They've seen everybody in their vision, so that you are definitely part of that. That doesn't mean they've targeted you in particular. You and Seraphina in particular. And anyway, I apologize. I didn't mention this, but Seraphina is awakened, just like you are. But the baby, of course, still glows brighter.
I kind of figure, yeah.
Okay, cool. That's right. She astral perceived. I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yes.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to do anything that will throw up a red flag to them. I don't want to like stand out, right? Like the name of the game is stealth, right?
You can talk to your friends here. That you guys can talk. I'm not going to stop you guys. If you guys feel like you could kind of give her some advice, maybe because you think you have an understanding what magic looks like, yeah, definitely ask our Cole. He knows it's like dirt and rocks, right?
Does this new player? Is this new player doing anything?
No, that's what I'm saying. I think it's like fine for right now. Like I don't know why we have to. We don't have to get all weird about it yet. It's like fine.
just keep an eye out on them, and then let us know if they start following us or if they start doing anything odd.
Yeah, of
Well,
course, of course.
I mean, I reckon it's a lot like a sin, right, Matt? Each person has their own magical sin, right? And I'm guessing that they got the magical sin memorized of these two folks behind us.
Like what?
They leave a signature behind.
Yeah.
And that can be traced for a while. I mean, the only real answer here is you gotta geek the mage. You do that before they do that to you. So, and then you just hear her like loading bullets into her gun.
Oh my god. Wait. But what if they could be our friend?
All right. At this point in the conversation, the mage disappears.
I will know them when I see them again, and I will let you know.
Turn onto the main street and begin heading north toward this salmon, fishy, under dusk, whatever the heck Randy said a couple of moments ago. The road is nice, it's clear. You see, like, there's an IHOP over here and a hotel there, a couple of trucker things over there, this cool business district coming up. And then ahead of you, you can see the bridge that goes over the river going, and you can see Mount Adams in the distance, so you know you're heading in the right direction. And the bridge is up because there's stuff passing through this section, this kind of like sizable long cargo boat. And so Mama Bear is pulling up into traffic. You're about 6 cars back behind the light at this point in time. There's another stretch of there's another block of roadway before you get to the base of the bridge, and the bridge is up to let this water-based traffic pass by. And the mage reappears.
See?
Poof.
Right there, and I point to wherever they are in the sky. And what are they? Does it seem like they're just watching again?
Nope, now they seem to be moving toward the direction where Mama Bear is at.
Okay, so looks like they definitely want to be our friend, or maybe geek us. But we're gonna find out. Everybody, brace yourselves.
Is this a good? Go
ahead.
Go ahead. You. Is this a good time for a quick break, Art Cole?
That is crazy because yes, it is. Nova, could you take it from here?
Yes, so before we go, make sure that you pay attention to the commercials. There will be a test afterwards. Just kidding. No, just take that time to type in #RemPC to enter in for a giveaway. Tonight we're giving away 2 different items. So there are going to be 2 winners tonight. The first prize is going to be a Pip System core book. Pip System core book. And then the runner-up prize is going to be the entirety of the Darker Days radio community content for World of Darkness and Chronicles of Darkness. So the winners will be announced at the end of the episode, and you'll be reached out to via Twitch Whispers. So get to typing.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It looks. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in, with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Okay, here we go.
Oh my goodness, the moment has come. The mage ascends from the heavens down toward the vehicle, and um, the group's just like, we got to make a choice to do it, and then Convoy. You got something to say.
You hear the tires screech on Mama Bear as I peel out and go around the cars in front of me.
Oh.
And I'm going over this bridge.
Oh.
I'm not
Man,
waiting.
you have an
I'm getting
entire
outta here.
block between where you're at and where it's at. First, I need a small piloting roll. Difficulty, you got to be at least 2 hits to drive up onto like the curb sidewalk area and not hitting. You're in a country area, so there's lots of room to move around on the side, but like I still need at least 2 because I'm going to say there's stuff on the side of the road.
Yeah, and I would have most certainly been in this entire time being on the road for the extra bonus.
Of course.
Cool. Piloting. Where is it? Oh my god, I forgot how to shadow run. What am I doing? There we go.
Bam. I'll give you an edge on the follow-up roll. You're able to get out of traffic, zip through the intersection. This illusionary construction, this illusionary maintenance vehicle blasts through as cars are trying to cross through the intersection, and you hit this nice, solid 1 block of road that is completely empty.
I'm gonna use since I'm jumped in, I'm gonna use my extra action to emergency override the bridge, so it gives me the proper angle, so I'm not getting too much air.
Heck yes, I love it.
That is a shoot. I'm on the wrong thing. I gotta go back to vehicle. I'm just gonna use electronic warfare because it's gonna be the same. Three hits against the bridge.
Yeah. There's an agent running it. I'm assuming the agent's probably going to be able to buy maybe 1 or 2 before you override it. So yeah, bridge starts going back down.
And yeah, I'm hitting the burners. I can't remember. I probably need to look up nitro again. I used it once, but I think it has a certain number of uses.
You got a moment, because as the vehicle begins moving at high speeds away, Techno Siren, this mage is staying maybe about 2 or 3 dozen meters behind the moving vehicle and is very aware of what's going on and is starting to do stuff.
Steel Tiger's gonna be like, I guess if this is what we're doing, this is what we're doing, and he's also going to.
All right, so you're gonna follow suit.
Yeah,
all right.
Well, how big is this gap?
Well, it's about to get a little bit smaller because he's causing the bridge to collapse, but it's also going to catch the top of the boat that's underneath it. So it's going to basically be raking off those top cargo containers and pushing them into the river.
Oh, you should waymark this so we can come back and try to scavenge himself later.
Yeah, stuff falls off the back of a truck all the time.
Off the back of a barge, man.
Techno Siren?
I'm fully muted. Yeah, I don't really want to wait to find out what this is. Can I try to counterspell it?
Yes, you can. Do you remember how that happens?
I've never done this in this game.
You're gonna do it now.
Okay, hang on. I can do this. Just checking to make sure I could do the thing, and now I just have to find
I just got finished reading about counterspelling, and now I can't remember it myself. So shame on me.
Sorry, oh no. Oh, my book won't load. Okay. Almost there. Okay. Come on. There we go. To dispel, I've got to roll sorcery plus magic versus the drain value of the spell times 2.
Times 2. Pew, pew, pew. All right, and so the spellcaster is doing an increase in the area, and then they are going to be dropping. Where's it at? 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 Not under illusions. It's not. Maybe it's under manipulation. Bam! It's under manipulation. Physical barrier. So they need to cast its drain value is 6. They've already taken 1 stun by quickly jumping all over the place. And so the structural rating is going to be magic plus hits on sorcery plus magic test. All right. Bam. This little guy is going to throw some of his reagents into this whole affair for his casting, because he's a official. Where we go? I'm trying to remember how many reagents it is to gain an extra dice.
Isn't it?
I'm trying to remember if it's like a 1-to-1 or.
I thought it was 1-to-1. It's 1-to-1, right? That's how we were doing it.
Is that how we've been doing it? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm terrible at this stuff.
I think that's how we did it last week, at least. I was buying dice.
I want to double check.
Yeah.
I believe you. I want to double check by finding the actual reagents. Here we go.
I'm probably wrong. Just a new baby.
Several types. Common. Reduce drain. Counterspelling.
There's
ritual spelling.
Spellcasting setting a limit higher than your force uses an amount of reagents equal to the new limit. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes. But that is from 5th edition. Because you don't set a force rating on spells anymore. That's probably what I was thinking, so we're just going to go with that. And use some of those reagents, like I just mentioned, to reduce the drain. Cool. All right.
Well, don't I have to roll against the original drain, though?
Yeah, which is going to be 12.
Oh my god, I gotta roll a 12?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And I get 2 for my sword for this, right?
Yes.
And I'm still gonna need to use.
Right. 7 successes. The mage does the finger wiggling, a bunch of stuff starts happening, and in front of you, at the next intersection, a wall of energy begins to materialize across the intersection, spreading from both left to right. It does not 100% inhibit your ability to get to the bridge, but it will cause you to deviate enough to lose a lot of momentum. Unless that magical barrier goes down. Now, you get to counterspell, sorcery magic, +2 from your sword, and you can drop up to 6 reagents into it.
Right. Which I will do because if I've got to make 12 successes, that's so many.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. Sorcery plus magic plus 8, because 2 for the sword and 6 for the reagents. Oh, that is, I literally put a 2 in there. That's 8. Submit. Go. Oh. How did I do on those rolls? Oh my goodness. Well, I got those fancy 4 edge sitting over
You
here.
do, yeah.
I do. So I'm gonna go ahead and re-roll those misses. Yikes. Go. Hey.
Boom.
Goodbye, wall.
All right.
Goodbye, wall.
So as Mama Bear continues barreling down this intersection toward it, the wall ripples and begins to solidify. All of a sudden, just from the center of it, it just starts eating to pieces. You guys can see in the back, Techno Siren sitting in the back of Mama Bear, and she's like moving left and right and whatnot, and her body's responding to what her astral essence is doing. And as you blast it, the maze turns, looks at you, and the way at which things express in astral is more on the lines of like emotional and feelings. There's not a lot of really good verbal communication, but he basically says, "I'm a cop. You're under arrest. Cease and desist." All right.
Oopsie is what I say out loud. That's a cop. Cheese
Mag-
it, it's the fuzz.
The magical barrier drops and convoy.
Here we go.
Oh man!
Over Mama Bear speakers, you hear Convoy's best flight attendant voice. Now, if y'all would just buckle up for me, please. and yeah, I'm heading towards.
I want to buckle up Serafina before myself.
Unfortunately, you're unconscious in the astral, so you'd have to like slide back in your body, and there's
I think
a moment
that
of
to
fuzz.
myself in the astral really hard. Somebody buckle Serafina in. Somebody buckle me in. Sorry.
I would hope you would all have buckled your seatbelts when you entered the vehicle.
It's like a mask-on type situation.
Like
That's
you
true.
gotta, yeah. I did not take out the factory setting on Mama Bear where you get the dings if you're still driving and it's not locked in.
You've been driving around with bing, bing, bing. Oh. All right. Pilot reaction roll from Convoy. Jumping the bridge. What's your speed? Like, what's your acceleration like?
All right. Well, I'm using nitro, and that increases my my acceleration.
Yeah.
By a number that I definitely know because I just looked it up.
It doubles your.
When triggered minor action, nitro doubles my acceleration.
Okay.
Am I muted?
So.
No.
Oh, okay.
We heard you.
Did you say, I didn't hear you. Did you already say that? Sorry. So that my acceleration will be 30.
Okay.
I'll just roll a quick d6 because that's how many rounds it lasts. 4. Great.
Cool. We're looking at least 2 for driving.
All right, and then nitro does turn. Give me a wild die.
Okay.
So I gotta make sure. Is there a way for me to turn that on?
I have no idea. I think it's a little flip switch near the top, like where the modifier switch is. There might be an option for a wild die. Cool. Like I was like, maybe they would put it there. I was guessing. 30, 60, and I'm going to say the gap's probably like that. I'm going to set your hits. You're going to be going fast. You're going to have a lot of weight. So I'm going to require 4 hits from Mama Bear.
Okay.
To bridge the gap, I'm going to say it this way. I'm going to require 6 hits from Mama Bear to fly from one side of the bridge to the other successfully. Anything less, Mama Bear hits the top, bounces off the top of those cargo containers, and then it's going to kind of get messy. So we're looking at 6. 4 means you guys will live to the other side, but Mama Bear is going to take some damage when her tires hit the other edge of the bridge.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and preemptively spend some edge.
All right, so you're edging this roll.
I am, because I think it's called Rigger's Advantage or something. Called. Where is it? Where? There we go. Rigger's Advantage. It costs 1. Rigger's for pylon defense. Use this action to show this case. Add your control rig's rating to your hits on this test.
Oh my goodness. And your control rig rating is what, like 5? I don't remember. So what?
It's 6. Let me see.
What so you're telling me you don't even need to roll?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Device rating 6, yes.
You still need to roll because if your roll glitches or critically glitches,
and I do have a
or the
wild
die,
yeah.
But nonetheless, this is going to be pretty freaking epic.
1.
Seven hits, so 13 in total, and the wild die is a 3. So the wild die doesn't mean anything, and like an eagle, this giant utility vehicle flies over this unimaginably large gap for such a heavy vehicle. Other side crashing in, the shocks and struts automatically adjusting for the impact. Inside, you guys are definitely bouncing around as you start going down the backside of the bridge. Steel Tiger, your turn. Yours is going to be a bit easier because I'm setting the numbers lower because your vehicle is lighter. So you need 5 to clear successfully. 3, you drive across the top of the cargo containers and hit the other side, but still make the other side of the bridge.
Here we go. Unskilled use again with reaction.
Oh, you need 1 more success.
Let's see. What do I got? Do I have any 4? I have 2 edge left. I can bump one of these 4s to a 5.
Both vehicles fly over the gap, avoiding some sort of calamity or damage to them as they crash in on the other side. As Mama Bear careens down the bridge and the motorcycle is definitely in pursuit, the police mage is also in pursuit. As you've cleared this gap, and you can feel your body rocking all over the place just a little bit, just a little sensation from that, the mage has cleared over, and now he is looking at you. We need to do an initiative. You versus the mage in Astrial. So you need to roll your Astrial initiative.
Oh boy. I see it. I click it. Do I get a bonus? No, right? No.
Just click the button, it automatically calculates it in. Look at that, a 10. Eight, 9 plus 6, 15. As your body is tussled all over the place and you stay focused on this mage who comes over, bam, he's going to hit you with a stun bolt. We compare. Go ahead.
I just said ouch, that's all.
All right.
I have to roll something?
Yes.
I do, that's right. I know what's happening.
Stun bolt.
I'm almost there.
Direct combat. They're going to do a sorcery plus magic, and you're going to roll your willpower plus intuition. Net hits become damage and are added to any amp ups. He's not amping up. He's just shooting you with a stun bolt.
Willpower plus intuition.
Seven. Wow, that was a nice roll. I'm making sure this is right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. He does have edge, but I don't really want to use it yet.
Finally figured out.
5. So you get hit by 2 stun
Okay.
from the stun bolt.
Ouch.
That's it. Not enough to give you a penalty, but definitely enough to let you know that he's there.
Okay.
Your turn.
Yeah, that's what I have too. I'm saying, oh, that hurt, and I send one right back.
Okay.
And I just get the 2 for my sword. My swordy sword.
Are you okay?
God.
And
Yeah, take that.
Power is 6. Intuition is 5 minus the 1 from fatigue, so that's 11. 5. He moves to one side.
Yeah.
He needs to roll his drain as well. Versus the stun bolt is 3. Okay, so good. Yeah. So pow, pow. You two are throwing stun bolts at each other. You want to go another round?
I mean, I gotta.
This guy's not stopping. Staying on your tail.
Yeah, I gotta keep shooting.
9 plus
9, oh my god.
5 is 14 for initiative.
We gotta roll initiative again first?
Yes. Isn't that an every round thing?
Whatever you say goes.
I'm forgetting. We haven't done combat in a while.
What you said? You rolled definitely higher than me because I only rolled a 12.
Yeah, I got a 14. All right,
yeah.
Stun bolt again.
Yeah.
7. Wow. Not even using anything special. 7 more successes.
Okay. Ouchie.
Bam. 4 stun. Now you've taken a total of 7 stun. He's gonna make his drain roll. He makes it. So you're taking 7 stun, which means you now have a -2 on everything.
Yeah, I do, which is not boding well for me to send another stun bolt. No, it's probably too late for that. I can't come up with a good enough excuse for that. That's we'll figure that out later. I'll send off another stun bolt, but then I'm coming down out of the astral to let them know that, like, ouch.
So if you come down out of the astral, he can continuously harass you guys from the astral and follow you.
What are my so please help, because what are my options?
It's in your hand.
It's in my hand.
You have an option in your hand.
A sword?
Yes, it comes into the astral with you. That's astral combat.
How do I don't have that on my sheet as something that I can roll. So, like, I don't know.
Do you have astral?
Do I have astral? Yes.
Then you add 2 to that when you use the sword in astral combat.
Is astral combat just astral plus intuition?
Correct.
It's not great. It's better for me to keep throwing stun bolts at this point.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Do you have some sort of illusionary spell to use? Maybe illusion spell, manipulation spell?
Well, that's what I was thinking about, doing a manipulation spell, but the thing is that it would be really difficult, except for because we're already fighting, like.
Well, did you guys remember to pack your stim patches?
A stim patch will knock off some of that stun.
I do have a stim patch.
Now you just need something administering it to you.
Yeah.
Like my PMAX? Or like my friend. Oh, because I'm not in my body.
Yeah. What is someone who's in the astral plane? What if she is going through combat? Is there any physical indicators?
Yes.
Okay. Well, she's She is sitting right beside someone who just let her take a peek inside her belly. I feel like that's a connection that you can only have with very few people in your lifetime.
Okay.
I'm seeing her jostle around in the back seat, and if Seraphine,
Seraphina, yeah.
Seraphina, if she doesn't immediately go for that,
she will say, I tell you what, she will say, I think she's fighting someone in Astral. She's getting hurt.
Is there anything that we can do for her?
I'm not that skilled in casting or fighting the Astral, but if we have that medical bot that you have, the medical drone you have, it could help her.
Okay, thank you. Just so you know, this was not part of our boon. And
what? Oh, right. I'm not part of that either.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just needed
Elwin
to make
looks
that
at
clear.
you and does the whole like 2 fingers, eyes, and points at himself. He's like, "That's why I haven't said anything." I'm waiting.
Got it. Then
All right.
Sending Medbot over.
All right. The Medbot is a 6. Your PMax has medical skill, right? That's right. Your PMax does. So that's 2 successes because she'll be able to buy 2 with the drone. That's another 12 dice. So that's another 3. 5 successes. That'll knock with the stun patch. Automatically knock off 5 points of stun, and you are Oh, you feel good. You ignore 5 points of stun, and so your -2 goes to a -0.
Right. Oh, that feels good. I was just reading up on my other spell. I don't know how well that will. It feels really dangerous. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna try to throw a stun bolt just for a minute while I think a little bit more.
All right, go for it.
Yeah. Ooh. I don't know that this is gonna go so well. No, not well at all.
Sideswipes it again.
Ugh.
Whoosh, whoosh.
At least I'm not getting drained. That's good.
Yeah, you're resisting that drain, which is awesome.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I need a minute.
So, Seraphina will say, I'm going to try to help her. And then Seraphina leans back. Now in Astral, Seraphina is near you and she says, I will help. I can throw some stun bolts as well. I'm not that good though.
Yeah, I'm not either. You could try.
Okay.
I say from the astral. I don't know if you heard me say that.
All right. She will throw 5 dice because her sorcery is a 3. No, her sorcery is a 3, and then she's got her magic, which is a 6, so that's 9 dice. She's got no injuries, and I'm not going to give her a penalty for being pregnant. That would be silly. 5 successes. All right. He made 0 successes to dodge out of the way. She hit with all 5. Boom! So as she pops in, she goes, I'm going to help. And she throws one. He's like zipped from left, flipped right. Just as you're shooting, all of a sudden he zips right. Bam! Hits him in the face. And the little mage tumbles backwards away from the moving vehicle. And she goes, I think I got him.
You did awesome. Can we high five in the astral?
You can.
Absolutely. That was great. And now I have a question because this mana barrier, can I cast that on Mama Bear and like protect us all as we like run away? Is that going to do what I think it will do?
Unfortunately, mana barrier does not move. Barriers
Okay,
don't move. They
so-
stay in one spot.
Yeah. Okay. Damn. Oh.
That's okay.
Right.
We haven't used the damn card.
oh.
Yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
That one's light. It's okay.
It's light. We're good. We got that.
It's
card.
biblical.
It's
Oh, right. Right. That's what I meant too.
So this is not going to stop him. He's going to come back. Now he's taking 5 plus the extra 4 he had. He's at 9. I got to look at his stun. Never mind. He's unconscious. He's gone. When she slammed it into his face, that was it. His stun bar maxed out. He slid back to his body wherever it's laying at. My bad. So.
Well, yeah, Mama, way to go.
All right. She looks to you and says, you need to get back in your body. We hooked up that robot, the drone to you. And so when you come back in, the drone's hooked up to you and it's administering drugs and you feel great.
Ooh, don't stop. That's great. Let's
All
go straight on till wherever we're going.
All right. The spider's going to make one last attempt to find you guys. You get to turn invisible. So both Convoy and Steel Tiger make your stealth rolls while I get the spider's stats put back in. He hasn't taken any damage, so he's got his full dice set. But he is now farther away, so he's losing dice for distance. As you guys have crossed the river, through the woods, to the abandoned railroad you go. 9 successes! Oh my goodness! He is working in tandem with his buddy at the mage place, just like they are talking. And so he's like, pow, pow. He has started to lay down programs that have activated on both your guys' on the pan, and is starting to send out tracking signals.
Am I making a physical stealth check or a matrix stealth check?
Matrix stealth check.
I'm guessing that is electronics plus logic?
Yes. You can add your rigging, if your rigging set allows you any bonuses to this test, you can definitely toss those in.
Yeah. Well, actually, here it is. Run silent, run deep.
Woo!
Well, the RCC's pan is running silently. This eSoftware grants a virtual sleaze attribute equal to its rating.
Sick.
The sleaze attribute may be used to defend against a matrix perception test.
Which will be your electronics plus intuition roll.
Got it.
But he's got 9. Man, if you could get Randy for an extra 2 dice, or you could tap our Cole.
I'll take those. Yeah, our Cole, you can help me out. Yeah.
No, absolutely. Wait, what do you need on a roll?
It'll help. Electronics plus intuition. Little matrix stealth.
Every hit he gets adds an extra dice to what you get to roll. So let's get him to roll first.
Does this have any pertaining? Sorry, I was fixing something. Does this pertain to anything with hardware or computers?
Computers, yes. Hardware, no.
Got it.
He gave you 3 extra dice.
All right, electronics plus intuition, you said?
Yes.
So that'll be a total of 6 plus my, since I'm jumped in. No wild dice on this because it's not a driving test. There we go. Oof. Let's see. You know what? I am going to use 4 edge because I'm full on edge right now as it is. So I'm going to use it.
You're going to need it.
I'm muted?
No, you're going to need it.
Oh, I'm going to need it. Okay, I'm going to re-roll those failures.
Drum roll. Nah.
How many do I need?
9.
Oh, there's no way.
And gifting anything else since I'm helping out right now, wouldn't help you, or like gifting.
I mean, you
an
can
edge,
gift.
because I still have
you-
2.
And that'll get him 1. He could swap a 4 to a 5, but that's only going to get him 6. He's still off by 3. He needs 4 more successes somehow.
Even
And
if I
it's
got
just-
Gross to help and gifted an edge, there wouldn't be anything, would there?
Yeah, we're just not going to make it.
I'm
All
sorry.
right. The pan has been bugged. You guys are sending
well,
a signal.
actually, technically.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
no, never mind. Never mind.
Go,
Ignore
what,
me. I
no,
think it's
what was
close.
it?
That's for physical stealth. Never mind.
Correct. The pan has been bugged. You are sending out a signal, and you both are very aware that the blue code, the blue signal, has spiked all the way up. That the radio chatter has identified that your truck, the white utility vehicle that says Titan Tow on it, is heading into the woods, heading north through the north of Underwood. So you guys have to get off the Matrix.
Have we tried turning it off and turning it back on again?
That feels like usually the solution. But yes, is there anything that I need to do to disconnect?
No.
Well, okay, not while being
Takes a
perceived.
major action.
Okay, then after
You would.
seeing that fail,
Now, do you want to shut everything else off that's running attached to the pan? You're going to be turning off icons. It's not going to turn off Mama Bear. It's not going to turn off the motorcycle. It's not going to turn off people's cyberware. That's going to go back to everybody's individual comms.
and so you're saying that it would probably cut off communication between the motorcycle and Mama Bear.
Correct.
I think they're going to be all right if it gives us any form of help of hiding. Yes, turning everything off.
Hey, the pan disappears. You two are now separated from them, other than like texting their individual numbers. Now you physically have to get off and hide. The good news is, with everything turned off, that means you can drop the stealth mode on the truck, but that doesn't mean you can drop the stealth mode on the motorcycle. It doesn't change anything. Elwyn announces at this point in time, the railroad is right up there. You see that old bridge? Once we get across it, we need to turn back north. And then there's some trails. So the Matrix, the spider who is following you guys, he lands his trace on you. He's following, and then everything just starts, the pan blinks out. Poof, and all these icons start going, do. And I'm sure Arcole's shutting them down, turning them stealth, and he's ready to start just piling into him, and then you're turning them off at the same time, and then he's trying to find it, and all of a sudden, he hits a problem. There is nothing for him to physically look through. As vehicles disappear, as comm links disappear, as devices get shut off and go into a reboot or whatever happens, icons just disappear like dust in the wind in the Matrix. In the real world, still things move, but in the Matrix, far from cameras and a variety of other electronic detecting devices, there's nothing for him to latch onto. He jumps from whatever satellite to whatever satellite he can gain access to, being denied or given access, and he's trying. But you guys have gone off the grid. Turning over this old wooden bridge made out of giant 6x6 pieces of wood covered in tar. It stretches about a good 5 meters over a very fast-running brook, turning back into a bunch of back trails. Doesn't take much to come across overgrown, weed-filled rail tracks heading north. Elwood says, "This is great. The only problem we're going to have is this old system used to have sensors every 1,500 meters. The sensors were designed to detect fast-moving trains. As long as we don't go too fast, we shouldn't set them off. But other than that, there's nothing out here. This area is completely dead. We should be able to get as far north as Mount Adam into Yukos territory and be fine. We just need to slow down. It's been a while since I've been here. He makes a hand gesture. He points outside of Mama Bear to what looks like a very large black plastic and wood telephone pole with a object on it. He says, there's one of the first ones. Now, Game Master players, you guys can choose to do a variety of things, but we'll find out what you do when we come back from this break.
Yes, and before we in Chronicles of Darkness. The winners will be announced at the very end of the episode, and you'll be reached out to via Twitch Whispers. And don't forget, whenever you donate 100 bits, you get another entry. And if you subscribe today, you'll get 7 additional entries. And not only do you get an extra entry when you donate a bit, you can also help the players. For 100 bits, you can give one of us a nerf to use, and that's an additional 3 dice we can add to a roll. For 300 bits, you can give a player 1 edge, and 500 bits gives a player 4 edge. And as you've seen, we could really use the help tonight. We're running through those edges very quickly. Or if you like to support your game runner, you can give those things to Max too, I guess. So everyone stay tuned, enjoy the commercials, and we'll be right back.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off. That way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
What a spell! Spell!
Spells.
Spell! She says spell like 92 times. Spell! 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 Spell!
Oh, well.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Hey, everybody! Whew. We're back. And we have found our way into a secluded and heavily wooded section of what we know as Washington State and the Oregon area. The players know this as part of Tir Tarngir. And they're not home free, but they're a lot closer to being home free. So we catch up to them. They found their way to the train tracks, because it's tracks. And they found one of these speed detector boxes. And I leave it to them to move forward from here.
Do we know how the ranges of these sensors you speak of?
When I installed them those many years ago, we were told that they were able to just detect when the trains moved by. I am not fluent in how they work, but I will say that they are a type of motion sensor that uses LiDAR radar. I don't know if you know what that means, but that's what I remember from those many decades ago.
It uses lasers.
Ah, so they're directional, right?
All I know is that this would detect the speed of the train. It could be a problem. I leave it to you to know what's best action. I don't know how they turn on, turn off, or even they even work right now. I just know that they're here.
Is this still perceptible while we are running completely silent? Is this perceptible and accessible?
Are you asking Elwin or Max?
Let's ask Elwin, because
I have
our
no
call.
idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry, Mr. Hacker person. I don't understand what you mean. Like, it's right there. If you've got a screwdriver, we could pop it open. I'd maybe look at it, but I don't know.
I'm going to slow down until we figure out how to otherwise deal with them.
Looking into the Matrix, how did we initially perceive this?
Or it's a box on the side of the road. He pointed it out because he put it in here the 70-something years ago.
Even though we are
70?
currently running...
Oh, no, it's more than 70 years.
Oh.
Yeah, he's put these in more than 70 years ago. Back in the 2040s.
Oh. Well, even though we are running silent, is that still something that I can access without bringing us online?
Oh, no, you're not even online.
Okay. So I can't perceive this whatsoever.
No, you cannot. There is no, you don't have AR, Matrix, or nothing. All that stuff was turned off when I said turn off, you turned it off. You haven't...
Hey, Steel. Can you pull over to that box that they're pointing at?
Sure.
It's okay, kids. I'm gonna handle this one. And I...
Hit what you're trying to plug. No, what?
I would like to use my hand blade and just break the shit out of the box. Like, just beat it up to death.
Sure.
Pull the wires that are in it, and just destroy the whole thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
And as I'm doing so, I say, LiDAR stands for light detection and ranging. It's a remote sensing method that uses light in the form of pulsed laser to measure ranges and variable distances to the Earth. It's used for mapping and a bunch of other things back in my day.
Such as tracking when something passes by.
Is that enough to beat up the box?
It is. It's more than enough to destroy the box and disconnect it from its telephone power source and send a message back to whatever database host still runs those tiny little boxes going, one of the boxes has been damaged.
There, it doesn't work anymore, and that's all I know.
Super helpful.
If this is how we play it, do we just want to haul ass and just have you shoot the boxes as we go by?
That's fun.
All right, let's go.
All right.
Surprise. Back in her day, she was not tech savvy either.
I believe you have outside assistance in this kind of knowledge. Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun.
Are Cole like nearly passing out from lack of stimulation from the constant flow of Matrix information? Just goes like, you know, if we're trying to stay hidden, we could at least make it look like an animal, because we might as well speed through these without damaging them, because I mean eventually like they're going to look for us, and if they see a whole segment one by one of these trackers being taken out, it's gonna tip them off the same way as us speeding.
I mean, yeah. I mean, by the time they figure it out, like, we'll be long gone.
But how much further do we gotta go?
You guys are here. Okay. Yep. Yep. Yeah. This train track takes you 30 miles to a highway in the Mount Adams National Park.
Yeah, that's too far to be. We're not gonna be long gone by the time they recognize. Let me actually say that with a southern accent this time. Yeah, I mean, yeah, man. They're gonna know. They're gonna know that we're going here. We might as well just go slow right now.
I mean, to be fair, they have to recognize something's up. They have to recognize a problem, mobilize the force to come get you. How fast can you go off road?
I mean, Mama Bear can go pretty fast, but you know what can go faster than Mama Bear? Anything in the air.
This is true.
Yeah, they can as soon as they know which direction we're going, like they can just head us off.
During all of this logistics talk, our Cole,
it's got the head bobbliness.
He's fading out.
Our Cole.
Wait, can I share my stim patch with you? Like, hey, you look like you could use this.
I'll take anything. I haven't slept in days.
Can you turn off? Hey, our Cole. Can you turn off? Can you get online real quick?
You want me to go online?
Oh yeah, just wait a second. Let me give you this plan, and you let me know if it'll work or not before you can do anything. All right? Don't.
I can do it. I could go online.
Baby wants screen time.
But if we go online quickly, how many towers do you think you can turn off in say like a safe period of time without them necessarily pinpointing exactly where you are?
Oh, nothing is safe right now, I'm sure. But me and Gross can probably do some damage. I'll leave it to our out of character. I'll leave it to our ethereal god to figure out.
Well, I mean, look, man. If he said he did these, over 70 years ago, then these things even connected the same way. I mean, we're gonna run into the same problem we had with Abuelito over here, right? Like, tech's not gonna match up.
Okay, so our Cole is going to ask I forget his name, the paladin.
Elwin.
Elwin. Is this particular security company more prevalent in this area, or is it all around Tir Tanger? Like
this connects to the Department of Transportation for Tir Tanger.
Okay, so
It's a
all
government
roads
thing.
leading out.
No, these boxes. Oh, we're not talking about the boxes?
Well, yes, the boxes, all roads.
The boxes are used by the government.
And the boxes are all across the place, right? So if
Yes.
I were to turn them off, it wouldn't necessarily lead a direct signal where we are.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've been a paladin for the last 60 years. I worked construction prior to that, so my knowledge is in more police orientated and military orientated. You all do know who the paladins are, don't you? And he's like looking at all the faces he can see. Paramilitary.
All right, then from a paladin standpoint, like what these are used to what would you do if a message came in from the transportation department saying, "Hey, we've got these things going on."
I wouldn't, but the government's security forces would ask the question. The peace force would ask, "Do we have anything going on in that area? And if so, what is it?" And then just connect the dots.
Wait, so LiDAR is lasers. The lasers have to be oriented on this trail, right? What's the geography around the trail? Like if we just go off road?
There is a decent thickness of bushes and grass. In some places, this will be possible, but not everywhere, to transcend off the trail and then back on.
Yeah, and going off trails is going to slow us down as much as just going slow on this track.
So can
Well, they now have a box that they have to go investigate. If we just keep going, follow the rules, don't get flagged, I mean, we should probably be fine then, right?
That's what Elwin says. We go slow, we'll be going. There's a decent amount of canopy in some places, so if an aerial vehicle flies over, you guys can just hide under the sections of canopy, wait for it to pass, and move forward. And that shouldn't be too hard. There's not a lot of stuff going on out here, so
Yeah, and I think that like with the broken and beaten up, like I use my hand blades. It could look like an animal attacked the box. They won't send police out to go take a look. They'll send maintenance, right? If it's a one.
yeah, if it's only one thing.
So I think we're okay. I think we ride Easy Street and then shoot if we have to.
Okay.
I agree. Yeah, I'll send up Slugger.
Okay, to keep a watch out above the trees, kind of like
fly above us, and yeah.
Okay. Arcole, do you when the medical drone is handed over to you, it starts saying a bunch of stuff like cortisol level something another, diatomaceous something detected, activating some sort of, and then it just hits you with something, and then the world just goes black. The drone then responds to those who are still conscious, saying, "It is evident that this one is suffering through some traumatic moments, and a tranquilizer patch has been administered. Please be noted that the level 6 tranq patch that I normally carry has been utilized, and I will need one replaced." And then
is Gross still active during this moment, or
yeah, he lives in your phone.
Okay,
he lives in your phone. He can still do stuff.
Okay. No, and that's it. Just making sure that Gross is still around for him.
Yeah, he totally just the drone just knocks your butt out. It's like, nope, you're going to sleep now. Boop. All right. So the speed limit which you can travel at is upwards to about 20 to 25 miles an hour. So it's a nice slow cruise through this back wooded section. It's going to take at least an hour plus to follow this trail to that highway. So, I mean, it's just a whole hour of just cruising along and enjoying the scenery. About 20 or 30 minutes in, is anybody taking a nap? Because it's like a whole hour. You guys resting? What do you got any like? Hey, let's play some pinochle. Or are you just staying like the eagle watch?
Oh, I'm taking a nap.
Nova drones on and on about the reproduction facts of elves and their gestation cycle, the average birth weight of a baby elf when it's born, and what that normally is, the minimum breastfeeding period, which is 25 months, you know, the normal stuff that anyone would know.
What's the gestation again?
25 months, that's the medically suggested minimum.
Yeah, she's at 13. Halfway through.
Only halfway there?
Yeah.
The normal gestation time for an elf is 360 days, 12 months, according to Org.
Craziness. So
this is a big baby.
This is a big baby. You guys are getting some cool data being dumped on you at this point in time. Convoy?
I mean, I'm switching back to camo.
Oh,
The ride.
beautiful. Mwah.
Put on some slow tunes.
There we go.
And yeah, just I'm keeping a lookout as much as I can. Taking time to jump into Slugger when I need to. I want to take another look if I want to take a personal look and stuff, but
sure.
Moving slow.
Steel Tiger.
Oh, Steel Tiger is just he's just riding along, like smiling and nodding at the Novavax coming in. He's silently wondering if she's had kids or something, or if she because the baby facts just came out of nowhere. Like, does she have babies on the brain? Like, what's going on?
Nah, mister, I'm a kid. I've just been in an icebox for a long time.
That's true. Yeah, you've been frozen.
And then I start telling you about the, what's it called? The stopwatch gene? Or this, what's it called? Stopwatch mutation or something like that, where it an elf's aging and mental growth stops at the age of 25 sometimes.
Oh my goodness. Stuck at 25 for the rest of their life?
Not really. They kind of catch up, but their maturity levels hit 25 and they're young for a really long time, and then it catches up to them in the last 100 years of their life or something like that.
I mean, if to be stuck at an age, 25 is not that bad.
It was so chaos. Are you kidding? What?
Well, does your mentality stop, or is it just feeling young? Is it just physical? Because if you're gaining wisdom, but your body's at 25.
Yeah, I gain wisdom, but I think your maturity kind of caps out for a bit.
I don't know. Stuck at 35. I was there for quite some time. I didn't make 36 until a few years ago. I was in 35 for almost a full decade plus.
Nice.
What about Techno Siren?
Yeah, I think, well, I want to keep my astral eyes open. And so kind of what I just imagine is that I'm kind of splayed out in the back seat, still kind of vibing off with the drugs and all of that stuff, but I'm also vibing to the music, and my astral signature is riding the tailwind of the car like a dolphin, kind of. I don't know why that's
nice.
in my head, but yeah, that's what's happening.
All right, so Steel Tiger, some sort of short humanoid creature hustles up behind Mama Bear and jumps up onto the bumper. It has rabbit-shaped legs and brown fur and wearing what looks to be a tattered petticoat. Climbs into the back of Mama Bear during one of those periods where, we'll say, Convoy is actually up in Slugger watching around. and starts opening toolboxes and fiddling around and tossing shit out.
Hey,
What's this? I don't need this. What's that?
You got to you got to
security
security
system.
Oh, you do have a security system.
Oh, nice, good.
Okay.
I have a security system. Where is it?
Oh my god, Steel Tiger, do you have a security system?
We are the security system.
I'm not ready to be like grabbed and thrown out of a bike.
And,
All right.
I think
So-
it's outward sensors and stuff.
So would it have sent somebody jumping onto the back of the truck that weighs about 15 pounds, 20 pounds?
Let's see.
Would it detect somebody opening up the boxes and rummaging through them, looking for something worthwhile?
Well, the toolboxes are definitely locked, so
Oh, that's not an issue.
that's not an issue.
It has a magical ability to unlock mechanical locks by touching them. Electronic locks, on the other hand, it can't do.
I'm trying to find the details on the security system. Let's see.
is it like a Rick and Morty style, like laser defense grid?
No, it's just like extra sensors and stuff to. It's not actually like an attack security system. It is just like a sensor security system. So like I'm made aware when something happens.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll say that, I mean, branches and whatnot, things falling. Let's say you're in Slugger. It does go off and says, hey, might have been something. I'll let you make a perception and I'll make a stealth because the thing is aware that you're the driver, but it has no idea that the weird camo-y thing falling behind you has also got a person in it. It's not that smart. Well, I mean, it's smart, but just... Anyways, it's trying to be stealthy too. So I'll give you a difficulty based upon this dice roll of 3 successes. So if you get 4, you do see the little bugger digging around in your stuff. First round, it jumps into the back of Mama Bear. Second round, it starts popping the locks and opening up the boxes, looking for something of value. Do you have anything of value in there? Shiny tools, something that's reflective?
I mean, I've got my drone racks back there, so he would.
Do they have lights on them that flash?
I don't think so. No.
Then it wouldn't be interested.
No.
Are there any lights on your armature?
There are arms up on the top of the of Mama Bear.
Arms or lights?
Lights.
Well, are they on?
No, they're not on currently. No.
What about anything that would be like shiny in the back of Mama Bear? All right. I'm going to pick a screw, a bolt that is in the armature of Mama Bear. And so round 3, when he can't find anything valuable, shiny, and light up worth, it turns to this very metallic looking bolt. So round 1, you pick up something, you're in Slugger. Round 2, you pop into your rear camera and see this damn thing's opened 2 boxes and it's now just tossing tools onto the ground in a feverish panic and even throws something out. Hence, once again, rabbit-like legs, torn up petticoat, short. It doesn't look like it has a neck. Its head goes straight into its body and its mouth seems larger than it possibly should be. Kind of like somebody took a raccoon and just smashed its face flat against everything.
Get! Just trying to slam on the brakes.
Are we behind you?
Yes, you guys do. But you're currently spouting out, like, stuff. I don't know if you're actually paying attention, but Steel Tiger was. And didn't you say something, Steel Tiger?
I was about to say, yeah, you kind of got a stowaway in Mama Bear. You might want to deal with that as you're like, get, wrenches and whatnot.
All right.
Does Steel Tiger have to do anything special because Convoy did a brake check? and we're behind them.
Yeah, but we're going like 3 miles an hour.
Yeah,
Like,
you're not going
it's
too
not hard.
fast. No.
Yeah, but if you're not
I can also use a
moving-
minor action to, since your vehicle's on my RCC. I can use a minor action to hit the brakes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, this flat-faced, round-headed thing, upon hearing your voice boom out, looks toward the cab as best to imagine what the sound is at, and it hisses a whole bunch of times. Like, not necessarily like a cat hisses, but a grown adult attempting to make a cat hissing sound would sound like. Just like that! But it looks ugly. Then it eyeballs the lights on the top of the truck. And it jumps up and grabs a hold of him and starts pulling as hard as it freaking can. An amazing thing happens. It's able to use its fingers and rub up against the bolts, and the bolts start sliding out. Not like a tool, but he's able to magically touch mechanical devices and cause them to loosen. So he's unscrewing one of the lights off the top of Mama Bear. He's stealing a light off of it.
Gosh, yeah. The arm is gonna try to like swat him.
Sure.
Off the truck.
Sure, roll to hit. Does Steel Tiger or Nova want to take a pot shot of this little thing and maybe make it go away?
I'm not
I
gonna
do.
blow a hole in Mama Bear if I miss.
I do. I want Steel Tiger to pull up next to Mama Bear, like do a maneuver, and then like I want to stab him with the stun baton I have.
Oh,
You're going to need to get out of the motorcycle and get onto Mama Bear to be able to melee this thing because of the size difference and where this critter is at.
Can
They
I
require an athletics or an acrobatics to get up onto Mama Bear. But it's going to require an acrobatics to avoid being hit by that armature swinging around trying to take this little thing out.
Okay, I'm gonna surfboard climb on top of the bike and then hop over and like fight this thing.
Do you, Convoy, want to continue utilizing the armature if she's going to be on
No.
Mama? Cool.
I'm gonna let Nova handle it. If I see Nova take action, I'm gonna. Also, if I notice this thing taking things off of my truck, I don't really want to throw anything else at it.
Okay. All right. So, let's do some initiative there, Nova. Ten.
$27.
You will be going first. So your first action, and we've already saw it in success, jump onto the bike, surfboard it up, bam, you are now on Mama Bear. What's
Right.
next?
I'm gonna melee him, whip out the stun baton I have, and just give him a good zap and tell him to get gone.
All right. So, minor action to draw the weapon, and 2 hits to do so. He's not defenseless.
We're gonna re-roll all those misses. That's so bad.
You're going to spend your edge to hit this poor innocent little woodland thief? Oh, what a terrible... Okay, go for it.
7 is a much better roll.
We'll say 4 plus 3, so we'll give him 7, and then we'll give him an extra 1 because he's tiny and adorable. Ugly adorable. He's the ugly adorable.
Did you know that thieves are like the worst kind of criminal? Did you know that?
So, 7 successes, so you get 4 extra hits. What's the damage it says? 5. So it's 9 stun. You baseball club this sucker clear off into the woods, screaming at the same time with a trail of smoke following after it.
Y'all know kleptomaniacs don't get sarcasm, right? It's because they're always taking everything literally.
But
That was great. That little convoy saying over the comm.
well,
Nice.
well, like
All right.
thieves in a roundabout way kind of enslave you when you think about it, because they take things that you spent time to earn, right? And they take it for yourself. So essentially, they make you work for them for free. And I don't know about you, but I feel that slavery is terrible. Therefore, thieves are the worst kind of thieves are the worst kind of criminal. So that explains my statement, Rachel.
That's a pretty good statement.
So, because of his magical ability allows him to use a minor action to unlock things, he unlocked the lamp, the light, and he did succeed in knocking it off. I'm going to roll to see if he actually grappled it, to see if you lost the light. Ooh. I just want one hit. I got 2. So the light did go with him. You got him off, but minus 1 of your flashy lights on the top. It's all right.
Hey, Steele, I think I'm going to stay in the bed of this truck. I think you were right. One of us does need to stay with them.
Yeah, it's all good.
All right. Maybe 2 to 3 minutes later, Nova, you see that same little guy in the tattered petticoat hopping up the roadway behind Steel Tiger. He's not directly, he's like to one side. And he seems fevered. He's got a lot of fever in his bounce in an attempt to catch up. I guess the stun wore off and he's come back for round 2.
I'm going to point my gun at it. I have a giant machine gun on the back of my bike, and I'm going to fire 1 round at its feet, just as a quick warning shot. Just don't even fucking try.
Sure. All right. He doesn't have much in the way of. Well, you're just aiming for the ground, but you're aiming for the right in front of the ground to not hurt him. So you're actually doing like an intimidation instead, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So why don't you use your charisma plus your firearms to create an intimidation attempt, and he will use his willpower, which is actually really good. And there we go. 3 successes. Is he going to be resilient enough? No, don't get on my keyboard. Look at this, I'm being invaded.
I have influence and con. Which of these 2 could I use? I do not have intimidation, or would you want me to do unskilled use?
No, I want you to use firearms.
Oh, okay.
Firearms and charisma.
Firearms plus
Yeah.
charisma.
Yeah.
Four.
Bam. You fire it to the ground. The thing gets really angry and bounces off to one side while it's, by the way, you can definitely see the light. It's holding on to it. It's like probably one of its coat pockets. And it bounces off to like the left-hand side of the road and into the bushes. You've definitely deterred it at this point in time.
It seems to have gone off for now, but for some reason, I don't feel at ease.
Hey, Convoy, are there any things in these chests that you don't care about? Like, are replaceable, you know what I'm saying? Like, just, expendables? Look at him look real hard. Any wrenches that you don't care about?
No, Nova. I'm just not sure how to answer that question.
Yes or no would suffice.
I would rather not lose tools that I use every day. So, if we could just not, like, I already got a light, I'd appreciate if I Like, I'll just. I mean, you got silencers, right? Can we just?
Oh, you want?
Okay, all right, fine. There is.
I'm worried about killing Fae on their land, dude.
There's a broken. There's some.
Yeah, give me your broken junk you don't care about, and you've just been like.
Broken stuff is just stuff that ain't fixed yet. All right, so.
All right, give me the broken stuff that you're never gonna fix because it's been in here too long.
Like that piece of 2x4 that you picked up on the side of the road. You're going to use it for something.
I probably got some broken like toe straps in there that like I think I'm gonna get around to like fixing the springs and stuff.
Freaking awesome.
God. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna collect his pile of junk that he's never gonna fix. And I'm gonna use that as like exotic weaponry if the thing comes back.
Oh, and you know what? It's coming back. But it isn't alone this time.
I knew it. I knew it was going to bring an army of little rabbit thieves.
The petticoat wearer comes back out, a distance back down the road, with well within range of like weapons and stuff like that. And it hisses a whole bunch, but it doesn't come back out by itself. It comes back out with more of the rabbit, weird, fey-looking folk people. They're all wearing bits and pieces of clothing in different types. Like one wears shoes, another one has a hat. They're not all wearing multiple pieces, just individual pieces of clothing of some type. One of them seems to be the leader. And I say that because he's larger than the rest and he's wearing 2 pieces of clothing, a jacket and boots. And when the little one starts making noises and flinging around the light, by the way, they like a few of them came out from the left side, a few of them came out from the right side. The big one came out from the right side, and the one you've dealt with came out from the left side and made noises and pointed and then swung the light around. When it stuck its finger into the light flashed and turned on. That was it. That was a saying of some sort of like, moment has taken place. Their eyes twinkled magically at the thought that these things make light. And all of them begin making that weird hissy sound, except the larger one, it was a more deeper hissiness and whatnot. And they begin doing like a zigzag bob and weave, chasing after the truck at high speeds. Well, I mean, rabbit people, high speeds. What are you going to do? It's not that high, really.
You might want to move it, convoy. He said.
Are they on the tracks themselves?
Yes, and off on the side too. I would say probably of the 9, 5 of them are on the tracks.
Okay.
The big one is definitely on the tracks.
I'm gonna tell Steel Tiger, get in front of me real quick. And then I will. I'm gonna drop down. My hold on. Where is it? I'm gonna drop down a zapper strip behind me.
Nice.
That should look mechanical enough to catch their attention.
Yeah, that definitely will. They get super excited. I'm sure some of them are going to want to touch it.
Mm-hmm.
This will distract the big one and at least 2 or 3 of the others, while the remaining 6 continue their epic. You know what? We'll change that around. The big one continues. We'll say with about 4 of the smaller ones. The rest have decided to start fighting over the strip itself, getting themselves electrocuted.
Nice.
Yeah, that's 8 stun.
I'm not even going to say, yeah, they shock themselves unconscious. All right, they're mounting up onto the truck, jumping up all at the same time. Their initiatives.
What's that?
Nova. I'll give 2 groups. I hit the wrong button. Ignore that one. $13 and $16. 27, of course.
Yeah, I'm gonna just start throwing parts at them like baseballs.
Throwing is a major action. You get 2 major actions, so that's 2 throwing attacks with these devices. The objective isn't to hit them and kill them, it's to get their attention and cause them to jump off, if I'm correct.
It's to hit them as they're trying to jump on, so
Oh,
that they fall back down, and then they also get to keep a souvenir.
got it. All right.
Does your stun baton light up?
Yeah, Noah's just letting them exit through the gift shop. That's all.
That's worth an edge, my friend. That was good. Both of those are hits. They will not attempt to dodge because shiny objects are coming toward them. We'll say the damage is equal to half your strength score in stun.
My strength is a 7 at this time.
So we'll say 4 plus those hits. Bam, you speedball the first one. He gets hit, happily goes careening down to the ground. The next one jumps up, grabbing hold of the edge of one of the toolboxes. You beat him across the head. He goes cross-eyed, gleaming at the shiny broken toaster. The next 2 plus the big guy. 2 of the small ones jump up along the side. One of them dives into a nearby chest and starts fighting for some stuff. Another one runs along the length of the left-hand side of Mama Bear to get past you to the shiny lights. The last one, the big one, climbs up and sees your stun baton and will attempt to wrestle it from you.
Can I roll edge as a response to see if he grabs the handle side or the shocky side?
He's dumb. He'll grapple whatever side you give him. But anyways, 2 successes to grapple from you.
What's the opposed roll?
This is melee defense of some type, so you're gonna want to do like melee defensey stuff. Please stop trying to eat the zipper.
Zipper's the best part.
I guess so.
Makes the most noise.
5. Sure, you're in control of the situation. Do you want him to get the zappy end?
Yeah, he gets the zappy end.
And if I remember correctly, that's 3 from earlier. No, it's 5. We'll say that he self-inflicts 7 points of stun. Now, he's the larger of the 2. He can take 7. But it definitely gives him some negatives. All right, the one that ran past you is going to spend its major action disconnecting another light. All right, your initiative.
My turn again? I'm going to just... Okay, is stunning him again, is that a single action?
It is.
Okay, so I'm going to do that again. I'll stun him again, just to give it a little more juice for that, so...
All right, he's got some penalties, so we go down to 0. 3 plus 5. Oh yeah, he's electrocuted. And as he falls off the back of the vehicle, his forlorn look is reaching forever for that shiny stun baton that just electrocuted him.
Perfect. And then with my other major action, can I do a roundhouse kick to like kick this other rabbit that's like getting this light bulb out?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that.
Excellent. Success! Oh my goodness. You think you hear something snapping when you connect.
That one won't be back.
Nice form.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a snap. I'm going to give him his 4 dice roll again to see if he can at least... I want 2 successes to see if he actually held on to the light. Nope. The light is not disconnected. It is hanging by its wires on the side of Mama Bear now. The one that was in the toolbox sees your actions and has decided to make a new choice. It is moving to the back of Mama Bear, onto the bumper, along the side, out of view, and is going to remove a tail light. So he's disappeared out of sight. There is no vehicle behind the car, so you can't see it. So it is now basically moved into a point of view where you can't see it while it tries to steal another shiny.
Yeah, I go, hey, I think it's gone. I don't know where it went, but I don't know. It's not up here anymore.
Hold on.
Dude, we can't go back. Out of character. We can't go back with a broken taillight or a missing taillight. You'll get a ticket.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
The least of you. Oh my goodness, missing too.
I'm worried about Lone Star.
You know how many serial killers and like hard asses get caught with broken taillights?
You know what? As long as we're not dealing with Knight Errant, I think we'll be fine.
I'm trying to figure out. I don't think I have.
Here, well, while that is being figured out by our chauffeur Convoy, I think it may be a good time for a 5-minute break.
Sure.
And before we go to break, Amber, if you would.
Yes. So this is our final call to enter in for a chance to win a PIP System Core Book, and then also the runner-up prize of the entirety of the Darker Days radio community content for World of Darkness and Chronicles of Darkness. Just drop a hashtag RemPC in the chat to do so. They got me. They got me today.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off. That way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
So, the coast of all clear has been made, but Mama Bear is starting to like register some strange little anomalies. Something's up.
Yeah, that thing's still on here. That thing's still on Mama Bear.
Where?
Probably where you're not looking. Still Talker says over the radio.
Don't tell me you have to get under the car. I've only seen it in movies. I've never done it in real life.
Convoy is gonna, Convoy stops the truck.
Dude, you know what? That makes a perfectly good point. It's not incapable. Yeah, you say under the car, and you're thinking about stopping when one of the pressure gauges on the back rear right tire says that there's something wrong with the tire. The tire gauge is going, I'm wrong with the tire. Remember, I said its special abilities to cause mechanical locking devices to unlock. Lug nuts are shiny. Mama Bear comes to a stop.
I get out.
I also hop out with him.
So that's 2 rounds that it's been at that rear tire.
Do I see him on my side?
The rear right side? Isn't the driver's side on the left of the vehicle?
Side. I hop out over to the passenger side.
Okay. As you do so, you see the little guy is holding lug nuts. He's like, whoop, whoop, just pulling them off like magic. Whoop.
I'd like to 2 hands stab him with the baton.
Sure.
And shock him.
Convoy? What does Convoy want to do? You come around to the other passenger side.
I'll come around to the other side. Like, as I'm going, I just gotta, like, my hands together and the shot gloves start up.
All right.
Wait, where is this thing?
Where is this thing? Let's do initiative real quick. It's going on 15.
Ugh.
Nova's definitely faster. It is not completely consumed that it's not going to try to dodge. It's got 2 shiny lug nuts. Yes, it might want more lug nuts, but it's done stole a tail light, and now it's got 2 shiny lug nuts. This is like treasure trove. It might become the big boss, so it's going to be defensive, Nova. Make it happen.
So this thing's kind of like ugly looking, despite it being rabbit-like. So I think I'm just kind of like, I didn't expect him to be right there when I hop down. So I go, and then I stab him with the baton and shoot him.
2 hits. You already burnt through a bunch of edge earlier, so let's see how this little guy does with his agility, intuition.
If I give you an edge, will that help you at all, Nova?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to give Nova an edge. Spend 2 to get 1 to Nova.
Oh. Will that be able to help her hit? I don't see any 4s there.
Yeah, but I can empty it out. Empty what I have. Because I gained edge from an agility action because I specialize in it. So I had 4 and now I'm completely empty. I have no more edge. And I'm gonna reroll my fails.
Five. So you jump down, you're caught off guard for a moment as he's right there, and he's ugly. And so all of a sudden you're like, yeah. Convoy comes around, you know, for this quick moment, you go to stab, he moves to one side, Convoy dashes in, and you're like, bah, bah, bah. And so there's like a flurry from everybody on the inside, a flurry of stabs, beats, and screams of hisses as this thing drops its lug nuts, but not its tail light. I'm gonna let it pick. Which do it gets to keep? The lug nut or the tail light? Because it's gonna take one.
It can take the tail light.
It runs off with its tail light.
Without a lug nut.
You're not that country?
I just don't. That's just a bad idea to drive.
Oh, it is terrible.
Without a look.
I've met people who do.
You don't
All
have
right.
to have parts in this thing?
I mean, I probably do, but a taillight is a lot easier to fix than a
Meters down the road, the large brown furred thing wearing a petticoat and boots sits up, and its eyes begin to unglaze as the stun effects have wore off, staring at the parking red lights, the stop lights of the back of Mama Bear.
God.
Are you guys going to stick around?
No, we're going.
Before he has a chance to gain consciousness, you're long since gone. Near the end of the trail, the tracks do meander away from near straight lines toward Mount Adam and cut into somewhat of a clearing. Well, this is good because your instructions from Elwyn are saying that you're getting closer to the highway. The one that is apparently you guys are about to, you're either in UCOS or outside Tirnanog, somewhere along those lines, but there's no matrix out here to definitively tell. The TomTom and the heads-up display and your tracking program say you might be here. But this opening isn't on the map. This clearing isn't to be seen, and there is a building here. 2 stories in some locations, 4 of them on points similar to like a compass, north, south, east, and west. And in the center area, there's several low-lying squat buildings. Large rusted barbed wire fences run the gambit around everything on the outside. And then there's as you are following the train tracks up, these tracks go toward this building. There aren't very many roads, but there is definitely, you can see where the road that Elwyn is talking about. As y'all drive past this long since used place, rusting vehicles and whatnot sitting in the parking lot, says Camp D23. Nothing else, just the word camp in Elvish, written underneath in English, 2-3. Elwyn stares out the window at it, but not for very long before he looks away and continues to ignore its existence, and say, "We just need to get to the other side of the grounds and there'll be a road." When you get to the other side of the grounds, there are long strips of earth that are barren along one side of the building, along this camp, with markers. Long strips. There's grass growing here and there, but these strips don't seem to bear any fruit. Almost like strange, elongated grave markers.
What is this place, Alan?
This was one of the camps where, during the formation of Tir Darnjir, people were taken for their... These were camps where people were detained. It's not a very pretty part of my country's past, but it happened. Serafina has a very sad look on her face, maybe even tears at this point, because this is truly, I don't have to describe what happened here. We all know. And in the history of Tir Tarnjir, just like every history of almost every country, it repeated itself. But luckily, salvation comes to you as you make to the other side of this ancient encampment, a dirt road that twists and turns and leads to black asphalt with yellow lines. And we are done with our game for tonight.
That was awesome, Max.
It's ruined.
Oh, that was good.
So, yeah.
You know what? Give yourself an edge for that wonderful story.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, you guys gain Elwyn as a contact. You gain that boon. As a group, you can call upon that boon from him. And as we've had private conversations, you guys have a good understanding of what it's capable of doing. Elwyn's not going to leave you guys empty-handed. He realizes that you have something over on him, but he's also going to make sure to pay you guys, considering the risk you took to get him here. So he will pay each of you 5,000 new yen. It's not much, but it's what he's got to work with since his ID, his sin, has been taken from him, and he's just working off of cred sticks. But you guys get back to Seattle, and I normally reward 3 to 5 karma for normal game sessions, but this is the end of one of the very coolest side chapters that was kind of inspired by the few things that Amber suggested. So, and the role-playing tonight was awesome. I'm going to give you guys, because we're at the halfway point of this whole story arc, 10 karma.
Oh, snap.
Before the beginning of next game, because you're going to have to meet with Icarus, you guys are going to have at least 1 month of downtime. So you'll have a chance to spend that karma, build your character up, repair, fix, all that other stuff that you need to do. Find new taillights.
Thank you.
Right.
And sleep.
As soon as we are out of Tier Tangier, I make an order to AutoZone and have a drone deliver it.
Excellent.
All right. Well, that sounds like it's time to announce our winners. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
All right. For our winners, we would like to congratulate last card in your deck. You have won the Pip System Core book. Congratulations again. And the other winner is Dorans1. Congratulations. You've won the World of Darkness and Chronicles of Darkness community content. Both of you, check your Twitch whispers at the end of stream on how to get your prizes.
Yeah. Well,
do we have anything that we'd like to plug? Anybody?
No.
No.
I mean, I can plug all night.
You can plug all night?
Yeah.
Well, you got yours in with the mainstay that is now Alchemy Soaps. That sucker's staying on there. But
Good deal.
All right, but you know what? We could plug this one thing in. You guys, if you like what we do here, you can come join us at the Alternis channel. Come join the community. It's super fun. Max does a lot of gaming stuff with box set.
Original box set.
Original box set. That's right. That's right. I know this. It's getting late. It's almost midnight. Right?
Yeah. Maybe we should go.
Good night, y'all.
Good night, everybody.
Everybody just keep on waving.
Okay, keep a waving. Keep a waving, but you come in.